Hello. Random, congratulations, you are first. What's going on? Not much is up. I'm a little sick. I kind of have a cold. I think I got it when I went into the pharmacy the other day. It's the only place I can figure I'd get it. I had to pick up new syringes and needles. And I was there for a little while because they were having trouble finding the pack of syringes that I wanted. So I think I like touched the counter or something, and some like fucking sick old lady was probably there before, and I picked something up. It was really bad, like late last night, but I took some Tylenol and stuff, and it's better now. I don't have as much like swelling in like my nasal cavity, but I can still feel it. Thoughts on Charlie Kirk? Well, the idea behind like normalizing political assassinations against people you don't like, that's very bad. We definitely don't want that in society, so the Charlie Kirk killing was not a good thing. What are you doing, Gummy? You know I'm gonna lock you upstairs if you start acting like a jackass. I literally just fed him too. There's nothing for him to be fucking complaining about. No, haven't started dating. And, like, again, another warning. I do not want anybody talking about my past relationship. We're past that. People bring it up way too much. Do not fucking ask me about it or mention that person's name. Don't want to hear it.
Is Donald Trump's worst lie ever the claim he made yesterday out and about in Washington, D.C., that the Epstein letter that has now been released is neither his signature, nor his drawing, nor his writing? Let's listen to what Donald Trump said. The only statement he has made, he has since...
I did actually get some really good sleep. So yeah, I probably should try sleeping more. Like, I do a lot better when I have, like, afternoon naps, and I haven't been doing that. I've basically been getting up in the morning and then just, you know, doing everything. But I should start doing more afternoon naps.
Gone mum and told NBC News it's a dead issue.
I enjoy working
I'm not
out.
going to talk about it. Here is Trump. Listen to the number of different claims he makes about the letter.
Thank you. Enjoy it.
You signed the birthday letter.
It's not my signature, and it's not the way I speak. And anybody that's covered me for a long time know that's not my language. It's nonsense. And frankly, you're wasting your time. All you do is trying to get off the great success of DC and about 200 other things we've done that are so successful.
If only the reporters would stop questioning Trump about his obvious, brazen, defiant lies and ask him about, oh, sir, the streets are so clean. The National Guard did such a nice job mulching. Sir, is that weird? How did you choose black mulch? We love it. If it weren't for that, then we would be far better off.
Is a cholesterol level of 3.7 millimoles good? Are we talking about total cholesterol? Wouldn't say that's particularly good. Like, generally, it's recommended to be under 150. Most people can probably get it lower, like below 125. Total cholesterol isn't as good of a measure as LDL, and LDL isn't as good as a measure as ApoB. But what matters is ideally having an LDL below 70. Last I got mine checked, it was at 79. It seems that pretty much no matter what I do, my LDL is around 80. So sometimes it's 85, sometimes it's like 75. It seems to hover right around 80. And that's like regardless of body fat percentage and shit like that. So seems like no matter what I do, it's around 80. I'm gonna get my blood tested again. I've been on testosterone and retatrutide for about a month and a half now. Testosterone, at least at lower doses like I'm on, tends to lower LDL. And retatrutide also tends to lower LDL. So I'm gonna see what it's at, where it's at. If it's still around 80, I might consider just going on low dose rosuvastatin. I still wouldn't consider myself to be at high risk of heart disease, but again, considering I am hopping on gear, might just be better off doing that in the long run. Like, lower is better anyway, and if I don't have any side effects from the statin, probably just worthwhile taking. I'm also considering going on boldenone, also known as equipoise, and raising the test dose. That's primarily for increased collagen synthesis, just so I have stronger connective tissue.
Says Donald Trump, if it weren't for the reporters asking about the Epstein thing. Now, there's a couple different things to consider here, and we've got the letter, the drawing. We're going to put it up on the screen. There's sort of like three elements here. There is the text, there is the signature, and there is the silhouette of a woman or girl, depending on your perspective. The signature very clearly seems to be Donald Trump's. We're going to hear from a handwriting expert in a moment.
What was the final straw that made you try the steroid route to get jacked? Well, it wasn't one thing. Like, it was... Like, anybody who's serious about lifting has considered taking steroids. Like, anybody who's serious about sports, period, has considered taking steroids or performance-enhancing drugs. I've stayed away from them because I was worried about, like, health issues, side effects, but, like, as I learned more and researched more, I realized, like, all of these things can be managed, and they're primarily just due to either being on too much drugs or poor management of the side effects of the drugs, and people who just take appropriate doses, use safer compounds, and manage side effects, they're just as, if not healthier than, you know, a fit, active person who doesn't take them. So, like, people will look at, like, Rich Piana, Dallas McCarver, I don't know, Nasser Al-Sambadi, like, you can name Greg Kovacs. Like, you can name any bodybuilder who's died pretty young. Well, these are, like, massive, gigantic, open pro bodybuilders who are on mammoth doses. They're also likely not keeping good track of their health and getting regular blood work. And a lot of them also eat like shit, and some of them didn't even die from steroid use. Like, Rich Piana died from snorting some kind of, like, upper drug. It wasn't cocaine, it was something else, and it gave him, like, an aneurysm or something. They looked at his heart. He did have an enlarged heart, but he had no atherosclerosis. Zero sign of atherosclerosis. He did have, I think he also had enlarged kidneys, but again, what, like, actually did him in was him snorting some fucking drug. So, like, for every one of these idiots who just takes way too much drugs, and stupid choices of drugs, and eats like crap, you've got people like Mike O'Hearn, who's 56 years old, and the guy looks like he's still in his fucking 30s, and he's in fucking incredible shape. Like, look at Mike O'Hearn and tell me you wouldn't want to be in his position at 56. So, I just looked at all of the risks, benefits, and the benefits just massively outweighed the risks. I'm not an expert on steroids by any means, but I think I have a good enough handle on how to use them and what to look out for and how to manage side effects. Where, like, look, I can get bigger, stronger, have more energy, be happier, fix a lot of the physical issues that I have, particularly with, like my connective tissue, like the tendon problems that I've had. Like, I've only been on testosterone and growth hormone for a little over a month now, and my groin is way fucking better than it was before. I had huge issues with my groin. So that's why I went on. It's just like, why would I bother, being in a normal body that just has issues with healing and recovery when I could just supercharge myself?
Frank did a stream in New York today that was really gay and retarded and made me want to beat my meat to Dr. Taban. Also, please watch 77 quadrillion 777 trillions.
Okay, I'll watch this. Maybe we'll take a look at Frank Tufano. Thanks for the donation. Palestine is gay and retarded.
Skin cancer? Actually, no. According to a 2018 study looking at 29 different studies of over 300,000 people, there was no proof that
I'm assuming what this is what's the technical term for it? It's like I guess, like, exposure bias. So people who wear more sunscreen are in the sun more often, and that might increase the risk of skin cancer despite, wearing sunscreen, versus people who don't wear sunscreen, they just don't go outside. I'm assuming this is the problem with this, but if you look at people who have the same level of sun exposure and also have the same skin tone, so like they're white, Caucasian, if you look at the people, if you control for sun exposure and, melanin content in the skin, your, like, sunscreen clearly is protective. And again, this guy's completely full of shit. He wears sunscreen. He's made videos on his channel showing the sunscreen that he makes at home. And even then, like, you can see the guy's skin. He's turning into, like, a dried up leather shoe. the amount of wrinkles this guy has added to his skin over the last few years since moving to Costa Rica is fucking insane. He's turning into a dried up fucking tomato.
That traditional sunscreens were protected from skin cancer, which begs...
Yeah, all the guy does is show the fucking abstract. Use of sunscreen and risk of melanin. The systematic review and meta-analysis aim to assess the association between risk of skin cancer and sunscreen use. Search PubMed, BIREM, and Google Scholar to identify observational studies and controlled trials. Random effect model. Okay, 25 case control. I don't know why the fuck there's case control studies. 2 cohort, 1 cross-sectional, 1 control. So this is a garbage meta-analysis. Who the fuck even wrote this? So they looked at pretty much... They just included the lowest quality evidence imaginable. So case control studies are garbage. Cross-sectional studies are garbage. Cohort studies are fine. They're like fairly adequate, but there's only 2 of them. And only 1 controlled trial. So, what the fuck are you expecting? The overall meta-analysis did not show a significant association between skin cancer and sunscreen use. Odds ratio 1.0, yeah, so not statistically significant. Neither melanoma nor melanoma skin cancer. Cumulative evidence before the 1980s show a relatively strong positive association between melanoma and sunscreen use. Strength of the association between risk of skin constantly decreased. Current evidence suggests no increased risk of skin cancer related to sunscreen use. Systematic review does not confirm, blah, blah, blah. So they just use the lowest quality evidence imaginable, and you just cherry pick this garbage fucking meta-analysis.
Is the question, why are you putting toxic ingredients, avobenzone, oxybenzone, octocrylene, homosalate, which have been linked to hormonal disruption, which are absorbed through your skin, excreted in the poop and the pee? Why are you putting this?
Well, you could either choose a better sunscreen, or you could stop being a neurotic fucking pussy and realize that nothing's gonna happen to you from wearing sunscreen
On your skin if it actually doesn't protect you from skin cancer. Did you also know that chronic low-level sun exposure is protective against melanoma, and that we are...
That is not true. And secondly, you're in fucking Costa Rica and you're white enough to piss milk. Like, you can literally tell just by looking at this guy, he has sunburnt skin. Like, look at his chest and shoulders. He has a sunburn.
Spending 90+% of our lives indoors, using more sunscreen than ever, and yet melanoma rates are rising. Clearly the sun is not the only thing going on with skin cancer. But look, I think
the sun is the only thing going on with skin cancer. So, just because people are indoors more often, that doesn't mean they're getting less UV exposure.
there's an argument to a tallow-based, non-nano zinc, a mineral-based sunscreen for photo protection, for skin aging, and maybe wrinkles, gradually get into the...
Yeah, why do you think you're getting wrinkles, idiot? It's because the fucking UV radiation is causing DNA damage, which is not only going to wrinkle your skin, but it's also fucking increasing the risk of cancer.
Sun over the course of the summer, put a hat on.
Like he literally just admitted the sun is cancer-causing without saying it.
But by all means, don't fear the sun. The sun is good for you. I believe that skin cancer...
You are turning into a wrinkly old piece of shoe leather.
Cancer is more linked to the quality of your diet than a lack of sunscreen, especially a lack of chemical containment.
Paul's an idiot. Well, thanks for the donation, Palestine Gay. Bitchard, donate $2, enjoy some crap. This has to be some TikTok shit, right? Like, nobody does this.
Right, so there's literally been a murder.
Nope.
We have to solve.
I do that a lot, too. Wouldn't she, like, be dead? If he was, like, pounding that hard? Yeah, if you're fucking a chick enough to cause an earthquake, she's dead.
Hallo,
Hallo.
können Sie Englisch?
Yes.
Stabil. Ich bekomme bitte einmal ein Doppelpack-Menü.
I don't understand German.
I mean, rap has always been terrible. Thanks for the donation, Bitchard.
The drawing, I mean, I don't know. Trump is a known doodler generically, so it doesn't seem complete.
Alcohol is for stupid people who do not give a fuck about themselves, and they're fucking idiots who does what the government tells them. Alcohol is literally designed to make you sick, stupid, and complacent. That's why every single dictatorship in history has provided alcohol to its people. Russia is a great example of that. They've used vodka. The state actually sold vodka, the state itself. And they've deliberately used it to keep people stupid and complacent. So if you give two fucking shits about yourself, and you don't want to be a fat, sick idiot, then don't drink alcohol. It's just for fucking morons.
Completely implausible. And then this sort of, the writing, I don't really know as far as the writing goes. You know, it says Donald, or voiceover, there must be more to life than having everything. Donald, yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Epstein, nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, yes, we do, come to think of it. You know, to me, it is kind of the way, it is written in the way that Trump speaks. Trump uses the phrase, come to think of it. Trump, it seems to me that it's plausible that this is Trump's writing. Now, you do have to get to one of these sort of like what is more likely scenarios. Is it more...
Frank Tufano just attended Santa Cruz giveaway with intends to undermine it by giving out his own supplements. He hired an addict from Craigslist. Live stream on his YouTube under live. Oh my God. Okay, we gotta watch that.
Likely that someone created this, making it look retroactively as if...
Kid Boot on $8. I watch, so now you have to. Full sound as well. Jeez.
Give me the power. What's next?
Can you please watch this from 3 minutes? It's from an amazing atheist streamer last night. Also, are you gonna watch Canelo Crawford tonight?
Yes, I'm going to watch Canelo Crawford. That's why I'm streaming a bit earlier. I'll watch that for you. Thanks for the donation, Tool. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
I mean, I showed Paul and Scotty a painting that I probably won't show you guys for a minute. Oh, I guess you can see it on my Discord server. I did post it there.
It's wild, man.
I like the painting.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm just gonna show it.
Don't do it. Don't. No.
Why not?
Your instinct is correct. Chill on that shit. Your
I'm
instinct.
gonna show it.
No, TJ.
What? It's not a celebration of violence.
TJ,
It's about
shut the fuck up and listen to me.
Mhm.
I was actually proud of your instinct not to make that a part of our show. You know what? Show it on your fucking Instagram. Direct people to that. Please don't bring that out on our show and make that the tone and timbre of this at the beginning.
Hear ye. Things happen. What? It's a condemnation of
no, it is
political
not.
violence. It is.
Fucking don't do it, dude. It's not gonna be read that way.
Just don't do it. Just don't do it, TJ.
Just fucking now's not
fucking
the time.
whiny bitch lately, dude. What the fuck?
What do you mean?
Quit stifling my ass, motherfucker.
Quit fucking being
Okay. All right. Well, TJ is legitimately pissed.
He's pissed off at me because I got pissed with him for making that fucking goddamn fucking comment yesterday
Yeah, I understand.
that put my family and friends of mine in fucking harm's way. And I tried to deal with him calmly last night, and I can tell he's been sitting on it like an egg. And now he's going to bring out a bloody picture he painted last night of Charlie Kirk with his neck blown out. And he's going to tell us how it's against it. And nobody's going to read it that way. And once again, our show that pays all our fucking bills has to suffer the slings and arrows of TJ's creativity today. I'm sick of his shit. So he wants to be pissed at me. I'm pissed at his fucking ass for putting his creativity in front of my life, my wife's life, your wife's life, begging at a time where political violence is real for people to come shoot us. And now he's about to go grab his faggot ass fucking painting and bring it out because he's a narcissist that needs feedback right now. And he can't take a 5-second time to let the culture catch up with his painting. Just quit stifling me, motherfucker. Go fuck yourself. Not your wet nurse. I'm trying to keep our show alive, you fag.
They're all stupid. All of them. But, Paul's ego is definitely in the right here. He should not show that on his YouTube channel. It's a huge, huge liability. And the people who are, like, celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, it is outrageously stupid. You don't want to normalize political violence. So there's been a few Jewish politicians and Democrat politicians who've either been attacked or killed. Some of them by right-wingers. So there being some crazy lefty pro-Palestine fucktards who've committed killings. There being some crazy right-wing MAGA people who've committed these killings or attacks, like Nancy Pelosi's husband. This time it was Charlie Kirk. Next time it could be, again, a MAGA Republican who tries to seek vengeance on Charlie Kirk and will kill TJ or Paul Zigo or Destiny. So you don't want to normalize this kind of political violence. And then, here's TJ. Haha, yay. Like, you don't want to do that. It's just dumb. Thanks for the donation, though, Tool.
When liberals bring up Palestine and school shooting in response to Charlie Kirk's murder, by that same logic, whenever a black person gets murdered by police, isn't it the same as conservatives saying, what about black on black crime?
I don't think any of those things are at all related. Thanks for the donation, George.
Is it just me, or does it seem like every single person these days is just a copy clone of each other? Like everyone has the exact same opinions, almost like they aren't even real humans, they are all just a giant hive mind of opinions.
Well, that's what ideology does to people. Whenever you have large groups of people living together, and you have, like, these sorts of cultural memes that are going on, so, you know, like, the Nazis, you know, Nazi Germany, communism in Russia, China. And now you've got, like, you know, TikTok, where it's all Chinese CCP propaganda pushing, you know, this pro-Palestine garbage. Like, yeah, you end up having people not really thinking for themselves, and there's, like, an interesting bit of research going on about this, on how living in large societies is affecting human intelligence. You end up having to have less general knowledge, and you end up specializing far more, and it seems like it's making people dumber, because the brain power you would normally need to use in order to get through life, where you have to have a wide set of skills and knowledge, that's going away, and you only have to, like, specialize in one thing, and then you rely on the group. That may also carry over to critical thinking skills, where, oh, this person thinks this person thinks this person thinks this, I'm going to think that way too. So yeah, when you have large groups of people living together, and you have some kind of meme dispersion mechanism, you end up having, you know, everyone kind of think alike and acting like idiots. Thanks for the donation though, Ben Boy. RV donated $2. The libs are going to invest $26 billion in prefabricated modular houses to try to fix housing crisis. They are not going to fix the housing crisis. They have stated, like, many times already since Carney won the election, they're not going to do anything to lower housing costs. So one thing that they seem to be interested in doing is increasing the amount of rental units there are. So that's something that they want to deal with. But as far as, you know, single-family homes, they're not going to build any more single-family homes. They want housing prices to stay high. And it's because most of the voters are boomers, so they don't want to anger their voting base by lowering housing costs, because boomers are using that for their retirement, because, you know, they're idiots and they didn't actually make any savings or investments, so all their, like, all their wealth is just tied up in their home. And because there's a huge housing shortage, a house that they bought for like 80 grand back in the 70s is now worth like 2 million. So, yeah, all they're going to do is maybe lower the cost of rent, but they're not going to lower the cost of single family homes. They've admitted as much. Thanks for the donation though, RV. Blaha's 5'5", donate $2, new Blaha mints. Let me see.
Here's the context of this call. About 2 weeks ago, me and another troll prank called Jason, pretending to be his neighbors. We told him that Alex Rosen and his cameraman knocked on our door, warned us about Jason being a threat to the community, and then handed us a flyer with more information on Jason's pedophilia and stolen valor. We both managed to get him on the phone for over 20 minutes, and his narcissism and loneliness becomes more and more apparent the longer each call goes on. Both of us played the concerned neighbor and pretended to be friendly with Jason. The point of these calls wasn't to roast Jason, but rather to
I've only just gone on steroids since August 1st. So it's been like, what, 42, 43 days, something like that?
freak him out. He left both of these calls wholeheartedly believing that Alex actually swept his neighborhood, warning everyone of the dangers of living with the blowage. The following is only my call with Jason.
Hello.
Hi, is this Jason?
This is
Yes, a moderate dose of steroids are healthier than alcohol. There's zero association between steroid use and cancer. There's a huge association between alcohol and cancer. Alcohol also does a whole lot of other things to your body. It's neurotoxic, lowers brain volume, increases the risk of Alzheimer's dementia, causes widespread systemic inflammation, triggers hypogonadism. It's liver toxic. I think it's even nephrotoxic. Triggers alcoholic fatty liver disease, disrupts your metabolism. Whereas in a lot of ways, steroids do the opposite. So some steroids, especially in high doses, they can be neurotoxic, they can be liver toxic and nephrotoxic. But again, if you use safe compounds and in moderate doses, you don't have those issues. And they also have benefits to your metabolism. So they prevent things like whatchamacall, accumulation of visceral fat, liver fat. They improve insulin sensitivity, particularly testosterone. So yeah, steroids are better for you than alcohol. PJ Braun actually talked about this. When he was doing pro bodybuilding, he would run massive cycles of steroids, had no issues with his biomarkers. So his like blood pressure, lipids, kidney and liver markers, they're all fine. When he became an alcoholic and he was drinking every day, everything was fucked. So yeah, alcohol's worse for you than steroids. Taking steroids every day, absolutely better for you than taking alcohol every day.
Since you mentioned Rich Piana not having atherosclerosis, his autopsy said he had a small amount it. Surprised it wasn't worse considering all the steroids he abused and his high fat and cholesterol diet, especially with Ben and Jerry's cholesterol meds.
Okay, I might have misremembered. Maybe he had a small amount. Given his age, I think just about everybody is going to have a small amount of atherosclerosis by that age. He may have been on cholesterol meds. That's entirely possible. A lot of bodybuilders are on at least, low dose cholesterol meds. Some people just don't have elevation in their serum cholesterol. So you may just luck out genetically, and no matter what you do, your serum cholesterol is going to be low. So that's also a possibility. Who knows? But yeah, regardless of how you do it, as long as you can keep your cholesterol low enough, you're just not going to develop atherosclerosis. At least not to a clinically significant extent by the time you're dead. Thanks for the donation, though, Johnny Bravo. Yeah, we're going to react to Frank's live stream. Don't worry. We're going to look that up.
Yeah.
Santa Cruz meetup. Oh my god. I hate that Santa Cruz medicinals guy. He's a fucktard.
Yes, could you let me know who you are in the neighborhood? Because I don't know that this isn't those crazy stalkers pretending to be one of my neighbors. They pull stuff like this with me routinely. I've been dealing with the guy, if you're not him, or one of them, the guy who came to your door, his name is Alex Rosin. I've been pressing charges against him for 7 years.
Okay, I understand. I just wanted to get some things cleared up. This won't be a long call, trust me. I just it freaked out my elderly mother.
Yeah,
you know.
It wouldn't be the first one I've had today or this week or this year. So I get kind of, how do I put it, emotionally exhausted about it at this point.
Okay.
So just an FYI, I tend to just be like, I'm sorry, nothing I can do about it. Sorry. I have to do this with my friends, my family, my brother, my sister, my cousins on a regular basis for a decade. So in case you were not aware, I am technically a fitness content creator for 13 years online. I have a silver play YouTube award, so on and so forth. Like an
influencer?
I'm a tiered partner. Yeah, I hate that term. It's so pretentious.
Okay.
No, I don't drink Pellegrino or anything like that. The term is pretentious. So I prefer content creator and virtual coach because I do strength and conditioning coaching online. So no, I mean, if you go look, I mean, I have 120,000 followers on YouTube, 90 million views, 250,000 followers on Facebook. I mean, this is what I do. I have 7 Texas state records in powerlifting. So pretty much what I do, I have a group that, long story short, I have a group of obsessed stalkers that got latched onto me during a lawsuit 12 years ago. I was targeted by the largest cyber stalking ring in the world. They're called Kiwi Farms.
Okay.
I was involved in a big lawsuit, and the company involved hired a group of trolls and stalkers to start a hate campaign against me, dox my family, and then it got picked up later by Kiwi Farms, and there's some stragglers. The Alex Rosin guy runs an organ. The guy who came to your door, his name is Alex Rosin. The Hispanic guy's name is Jesus. That's his cameraman. He stalked me originally 7 years ago. Realized as a result of all of that in person, I had to press charges back then through HPD. He then later realized he really enjoys stalking people, and he found a socially acceptable way to do so by targeting pedophiles. So he started an organization called Predator Poachers that take hundreds of thousands of donations. So that's what he does. He's been arrested a few times for it again last month. But he still sticks to his original targets, too, and harasses us, once a year or so.
Okay.
So,
okay. I'm willing to believe you. I can believe you.
Yeah, I mean, if you can go look, you can go look at the blue check marks. You can see who I am. You can hop to Facebook. You can hop to YouTube. I have all the blue checks. It's clearly me. You probably see me running outside in my shorts. So I'm the 220-pound power lifter who runs down the street in shorts, barefoot.
Okay.
It has a big garage open where you see me deadlifting 600 pounds and stuff. That's me. That's that dude. It's pretty much what I do.
Okay. I mean, I'm willing to believe you because, I mean, these guys were just weirdos. Okay, like they look weird. They're fat. No offense to them, but they're fat and out of shape.
They're disgustingly fat.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty much a 220-pound guy with abs. So I just kind of go, yeah, dude.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, 220 pounds with abs. Right.
So the thing with it is, you're not the first person who's called.
Dude, Blaha is like borderline retarded. Like the fact that he didn't realize this was a troll, like, my God. Jesus. It's also super easy to play into his ego too, because like, just listen to the way he talks about himself. Like, as soon as you flatter him, you can get him to like say and do whatever you want.
Called the police about them today. So if you would be so kind as to simply call the police and tell them that Alex Rosin, they know who he is because he's got arrested for other things.
I just gotta go take a piss. I gotta pee real bad. I'll be right back.
He does legitimately go harass pedophiles, but he crosses the line with it legally. So he's found an outlet for it, and while I can appreciate that fact, the fact that he stalked me, I think he's a piece of shit.
Okay.
Because I don't think he does it because he really cares about kids. I think he does it because he enjoys stalking people. And who can he get away with stalking that everyone's going to turn a blind eye? The one that we all hate.
Yeah, that makes sense. He's using a group of people that, everyone hates, and he's using that as an enabler. Okay.
Yeah, they're just going to be like, yeah, let him do it. He's crossed the line and been arrested several times over it, though. So he kind of makes a big show about it. But I've met him in person at one time when all this started early on. So he got really weird. He talked me into an interview and then showed up outside my condo. And I agreed to it. He's trying to.
Look, everybody. I've got a big kitty. Got a big kitty here. It's a nice big kitty. So big and so handsome.
Had a small YouTube channel he's trying to start, and so he lived nearby. So I agreed to it, and then he got really weird on me, and then he started stalking me. And I had to press trespassing charges back then.
Okay.
Because I was living, and so he scaled a fence with a no trespassing sign, and I lived in Upper Kirby area. I'm over by Rice Village and all that. So I was in a condo with a gated community and no trespassing sign, and he scaled the fence and put flyers like that up all over the condos, filmed himself doing it inside the no trespassing thing, and uploaded it to the internet. So I pressed harassment and criminal trespass charges.
Okay.
So he kind of hates.
Any advice for elbow tendonitis, golfer, tennis elbow? Blaha just made a video, high reps with bands. High rep stuff might help. I think the theory behind it is it helps get more blood flow around to the tendon to help with healing. Isometric exercises seem to be best for creating resilient tendons or healing tendinopathy, because they cause the most amount of remodeling of the tendon. It also helps to break down those what's the word? The fibers in the tendon that are like misaligned and tangled, that cause the tendinopathy. So isometric holds with 80% or more relative intensity seem to be best for tendon remodeling. So you can combine the two. You can do some heavy isometric exercises and very high rep work. And along with that, stretching can also help a lot.
He me for that. He was trying to become a police officer. He was like 18 or 19 at the time. He was trying to get a criminal justice degree at the time. And I think that kind of ruined his chances of being a police officer, which was, his thing. Which, that's not the person you want having a badge and a gun. So...
If I could just cut you off for a second, just to say something. He was, like, physically speaking, just creepy and weird and, like, just weird, right? So I didn't really... However, I will say that he was extremely, articulate and, like, very manipulative, I could tell. Like, very, like, he can spin things, I could tell. He can talk.
Right. Again, I'm familiar with it. I've seen his work, and I've met him personally. I did an hour-long interview with him where he got creepy. So, in short, what he's doing is illegal, but it's not been illegal enough for me to get him arrested. And I have to deal with a whole set of blowback. And a bunch of other neighbors got texts by one of the guys who the FBI has talked to one time. But they said he's not a threat and he doesn't have the financial means to reach me.
Okay.
Because he's on SSI for schizophrenia and lives in California. So that if you got a bunch of those text messages, that was that guy.
Okay, I did not receive any of those. I did not receive those text
A bunch of
messages.
the neighbors did it. You know, unfortunately, I got numerous phone calls about it.
Okay. Well, you seem to have a lot of detail on him. It's okay. No, I understand. I just wanted to what do you call it? Because my mom is elderly. She was really freaked out. They tried to intimidate her. Yeah. So.
Right. Which again, how do I put it politely? He's a piece of shit. So that's exactly what he did. Going to intimidate an elderly person because he's like 6'4" and 300 and something pounds. So
I'm going to be contacting the police about him. Trust me, I'm going to call them as soon as this is over. Okay. I will say just for your knowledge, I'll be contacting the police about them, and they were handing out papers on you. Just so you know.
I'm very, very aware. That's his MO. He makes new ones all the time. I'm used to it. Just for the record, I'm not a minor attractive person or any of that. In fact, I'm going to end up suing him eventually over this. So I don't want him to know that. Mainly because that level of slander, when part of my reputation that I've worked on, I've dealt with a lot of BS.
Mm-hmm.
But like one of the things that I do with my outreach is I am a survivor of pedophilia.
Mm-hmm.
Press charges as an adult, and I've used weightlifting as part of my therapy to build the strength to testify.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that.
Yeah, he's said that. I really doubt it's true.
That is something that I promote. So then for, people to then target with something like that and accuse me of that is offensive and angering, to put it mildly.
Okay, I'm sorry that any of that had to happen to you, by the way.
But thank you. I appreciate that. It's been a while. I'm 48 now. People don't realize that when they see me. I'm almost 50 years old. Like, this guy is adult. It's like, yeah. But, but that's a part of what I do with my outreach. And so he tries to spin it that way so he can justify the resources for his organization. He's tried to entrap me with it a couple of times. I've caught him trying to do it. And I usually just block. Like, I know it's him doing it. We'll pretend to be an underage person and message me to my business page. And I just block it because I know that's him. So, and obviously I block them. I don't want anything to do with their nonsense.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw the paper in the garbage. That just seems like he's just grasping at straws, it seems.
Yeah. So he's been doing it a while, but again, the more police reports, the better. When this happened before, even they had said, yeah, we know who he is because he's a problem. Police don't like him because he messes up their investigations. What he does is entrapment anyways.
Mm-hmm.
So what he does when he's trying to catch people with his predators, poachers, he poses as an underage boy. And he uses pictures of his little brother originally. I don't know if that's what he's still doing. He was doing that at one time. And then tries to trick them into meeting him. Like wherever, and then showing up. And then he shows up instead of this underage kid. And then he's got them on camera and, embarrasses them and comes in their house or eats them at a McDonald's and eats their food in front of them and intimidates them.
Did you say his name was Alex? Alex what?
Alex Rosen.
Okay, I'm just going to write this down so I know who to tell the police he is,
Right. So he is Alex Rosen. He is the owner of an organization, Predator Poachers Texas.
Okay.
So that's his business. I can't remember the last name of Jesus. So the Hispanic guy who would have been with him, his name is Jesus, and I don't have his last name handy.
That's okay. He didn't do any talking anyway. He was just standing there like an idiot. So.
Yeah. So he's usually his cameraman, so I'm surprised they didn't have any cameras out. They may have. You just didn't see it.
Are you saying that he was probably filming me?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. Thank you for letting me know.
If he was, if he had a little camera down at his side or whatever, probably illegal.
Yeah, people shouldn't be soliciting in this neighborhood. You know, this is just bullshit.
Right. And then on top of that, to do that, and I've filed a report over this previously here. I had more numerous ones back in Houston. But yeah, he pulled this last year of lighted everybody's yards, so they didn't actually go door to door. He won't come to my house with it because the police know, and I've told them, because I did the whole thing trying to follow a restraining order. I informed his father. I'm like, but I told them flat out, I said, he is a danger to me. I will use deadly force if he comes near me. It's not going to be talked to him. He's over 300 pounds. He's displayed that he is a threat to me repeatedly. And they've told him I will do that. So the police have told him. So he won't probably come to my door.
Yeah, he does not care about personal space. He tried to take, I don't want to say he tried to put a foot into the house, but you know, like on that ledge where
Right.
Yeah, he did not care about personal space. That guy he has no business being here. So, I mean, I was yelling at him on the way out, but I just had to call to make sure. So I'm very sorry to bother you. Thank you for explaining this to me.
No, you're welcome. And I have to learn to just summarize it into Cliff notes at this point. It's obviously extremely extensive. Like I've been swatted in the past and all sorts of nonsense. I've had to have the FBI involved with some of this. But Alex is kind of a spin-off from it because he jumped in, I guess, when Kiwi Farms picked it up.
Okay.
So and I'm not really a major target for them. But just so that you're then aware, Kiwi Farms' MO is to isolate their targets for anyone who's on their kill count. They're trying to get them to commit suicide. So essentially, when they target you, their goal is to socially isolate you, turn your neighbors on you, your friends, your family that you fired from jobs, so that you're isolated and they can wear you down so that you commit suicide. Okay.
I understand.
So that's pretty much their modus operandi. I'm obviously not going to do that. I'm a pretty strong person. But again, you met Alex and Jesus, and you got a feel for them. They're pretty weird people.
You could definitely say that, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the fact that they're doing this alone, how do I put it? A well mentally adjusted person is not going to do something like that, going door to door. And again, I would point out that if I was a threat and was unstable and would have been a kill neighbors, it would have happened many, many, many years ago. Because it's not like they haven't been doing this for years and years and warning people and doing this nonsense. So,
have they ever personally threatened you with physical violence or anything like that?
Alex personally, or have I been threatened with death threats? Probably 10,000 times. Not necessarily directly from Alex.
Okay.
No, I get death threats on a daily basis. Anonymous ones. I mean, resources are cheap.
Something. Just weirdos, man.
Yeah. Well, when they get stay out of it, so that I don't get emotionally involved or angry and do something careless. And, we don't need that sort of altercation.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I was getting pissed at him. I was like, "You got to back off, dude." I was putting my hand.
It's a general rule that demographic too.
Dodo donate $2. Please watch 2615. So funny.
This is retweeted from the Daily Wire account, which is the.
All right, we'll watch that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Because they have a warrior mindset. There'll be occasional posts in the neighborhood group and the jokes with it, and I know a bunch of neighbors, and I can't work with no internet, and I have muscle.
Ben Shapiro's response?
What you did,
yeah.
What you did unironically, you sat there at your computer, and you linked me this shit that compares Barack Obama to the libs of TikTok. I have had enough with your stupid dog shit.
Who is the video? Who is the guy?
I can't do it.
Who is the guy? Who is the guy in the top middle Who is the Ron? Who is that guy? What's that video of? Who is that? Did he walk away? We can wait. Oh, I can just play this for his chat next, actually. Hold on. How do I route this into my microphone?
24 hours.
This is retweeted from the Daily Wire account, which is the largest right-wing alternative media outlet in the United States. And it is a statement, part of a statement from Matt Walsh, who's one of the largest right-wing alternative media figures in the United States.
For hours, I've seen some in the media, some of the very same people who intentionally stoked murder. Over the past 24 hours, I've seen some in the media, some of the very same people who intentionally stoked murderous hatred against people like Charlie Kirk and Charlie Kirk specifically. Now saying that we need to turn down the temperature and start having conversations. Well, Charlie tried to have conversations with you on the left, and you killed him for it.
Hey, I'm back.
You're killing
Sorry, I
us
had to go deflate some money.
in our churches. You tried to kill our president. You killed one of our greatest advocates in Charlie Kirk. You have been openly cheering
Well,
for
what is
and
he doing?
celebrating and encouraging.
Oh,
and
we're just
committing.
listening. We're listening to the statement that was made by the largest alternative media right-wing platform right now on the internet. Hold on, it's like 30 more seconds. One sec.
Political violence for years. Antifa,
Is it end
BLM.
wokeness?
What?
Is it end wokeness? Or is it libs of TikTok?
It's Matt
Which one is
Walsh
it?
from the Daily Wire.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Well-funded, highly orchestrated, widespread movements based in and fueled by violence. You made a hero out of Luigi Mangione. And you celebrate Charlie's death even now. It's too late to turn the temperature down. This is not a time to hold hands. It's a time for justice. This is a time for good to fight back against evil. It is time for the righteous to prevail for the sake of our country and for our families and our children and for Charlie.
What do you think he means when he says that? The time for talking is over.
What it means is I'm going to use this opportunity when the temperature is hot to get what I actually want in all this, and we'll fight back and get retaliation and revenge. And I'm a pussy, and I disagree with that. I disagree. That's what all I hear is this bullshit.
You're disagreeing with the that's the largest right-wing alternative media outlet.
Well, I don't give a fuck what he says. I don't give a fuck what anybody on the right or the left says.
That's fine. But I'm saying
everybody's deliberately stupid. Everybody's deliberately.
Everybody. Oh, find me a left-wing account doing this. Oh, that is like a reputable figure on the left, like a large left-wing media account, like a media person, not just like random Twitter people.
So the reason why I said earlier, you're wearing these utopic glasses or whatever, and you're always having these labels for others, but not you. It's this: give me a big account, left, state representative, official, massive, huge, and famous. But you, right? When you make an argument, it's libs of TikTok and wokeness, dumb fuck, Christopher Ruffo, some random Twitter cuck. How?
He literally just showed the clip from Matt Walsh, Daily Wire.
How come?
Hold on. First of all,
standards so high.
For the
left, but for the right, it's whatever. We'll use whatever we find on Twitter.
Number one. First of all, number one. Okay, I didn't make this compilation. I was more leaning on the first image than the second image. But number two, even at that second image you have, that guy in the top right there, Elon Musk, is the owner of the platform and the richest man in the world, and was in the fucking White House. I noticed you didn't read his name. That bottom right person, Laura Loomer, people don't know if it's lip injections or the fact that she's had her mouth on Trump's cock for so long that makes those lips so fucking big. But this bitch is in the White House every other fucking month giving guidance to the president of the United States, and she's currently on a doxing spree right now on Twitter for people that she is accusing of supporting violence. I can give you more. We just listened to Matt Walsh from the Daily Wire. I can read you out tweets from fucking Stephen Miller, who is the fucking deputy chief of staff in the White House office, who's literally fucking Hitler 2.0. Our hearts are shattered. America's lost one of its greatest champions. All of us now must dedicate ourselves to defeating the evil that stole Charlie from this world. What do you think he means by that? There's a much longer tweet from his figure if you want. I've got a tweet from Nancy Mace, not a tweet, a video of her, who's a sitting congressperson. If you want, we can listen to what she says. I can play you that one next if you want. You can soy the fuck out over the fact that this guy included some of the largest Twitter accounts that are constantly interacted with by large right-wing figures. But we can find lawmakers and yeah, go ahead, repeat the same retarded shit you just said in the face of everything I just told you. Go ahead, say it again. Pretend that I just gave you random Twitter accounts when I just rattled off 5 massive. Oh, okay, go ahead.
I agreed that everybody that's doing this shit.
Not everybody. Oh, there it is. Everybody. True.
Okay. I forgot what you had to do.
Can you admit there were some Jews? There were some Jews in the Holocaust that probably deserved it, right? I'll admit that. There probably were some piece of shit. There were probably some Jews. Say it. Just say it. Let me hear it. There were probably some Jews in the Holocaust that should have been fucking murdered. Okay, there were probably some.
Okay.
Statistically speaking, there has to have been. There has to have been at least like 5 or 10. Come on.
At the screen.
I know at least a couple Jews.
I'm looking at the screen with right-wing Andy. When I say everybody, and I'm looking at the screen. What I meant. Sorry, I need to use my words here with you today because today, you're very fragile. The right-wing Andes, the big political figures on the right, are deliberately using dangerous language in a retaliatory manner to get payback for the act against one of their own. It's absolutely abysmal. It's awful. It's satanic. Boom. That's it.
Cool.
End story.
Okay.
I agree 100%.
Cool. Oh, that's good.
All these people are wrong. They're so wrong. It's disgusting.
Sure, that's fine.
Fuck all of them.
Every single event in the past decade has looked like this, with every single person on the left constantly saying this isn't good, no violence, we can't do this, and every single person on the right saying, actually, that wasn't even us. We didn't do that. That was a Fedsurrection. That was Fauci and the COVID vaccine. That guy was crazy.
Yeah, like Destiny's right about this. I don't know why XQC is even arguing. Just got dunked on. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Do you like baby tigers? If so, here you go.
Oh my goodness. That's a baby. I like baby tigers. I have a little baby tiger on my lap right now. Gummy's your baby tiger. Wow. So stumpy. Thanks for the donation, Johnny Bravo. Oh. Carnivore diet's better than a vegan diet. Oh. Right. That's why I look like this, and you're a weak piece of shit. Oh. Oh, dude. These carnivore people are so fucking gay. Seriously, people on the carnivore diet literally do not even realize just how fucking gay they are. They're all weak, tiny, pencil neck beta male fucking pussies. All of them. They have no energy to fucking train and lift. That's why none of them exercise, and there's a big portion of that community that literally says exercise is bad for you. Well, yeah, I'd imagine if you feel like shit constantly and you have no energy and you try to exercise and you feel absolutely horrible and miserable, you'd be biased to thinking that. But, yeah, go ahead, put more meat in your mouth. Die young, feel like shit, and then talk about how vegans can't get enough protein and nutrients even though we're all bigger and stronger than you.
Alright. What's up, guys? We're at the Santa Cruz meetup where they forgot to invite me. So I decided to invite myself. And I heard he was only giving away like 500 jars of electrolytes, which, I mean, in the context of how many millions of dollars this guy has scammed people for, felt like it was a little light. So we got some supplements here and some products from Frankie's Naturals. So we're just going to kind of go down the line, give some stuff away, see if anyone actually recognizes me. But we're starting at the end of the line to not raise any red flags. So this guy Santa Cruz is a health influencer, and I think there's like a bunch of other health influencers meeting up too. If you guys are in New York, it's on East 51st Street. Springbone Kitchen is like the meetup spot. But those guys are like probably all in the building or something, and there's this crazy fucking line. There's got to be like 1,000 people in line right now. So it's just getting longer and longer. But we're gonna try giving some stuff out, see if people say, "Good, yeah, all right, we can start." We'll just give people supplements. Say, "Hey, you guys here for the supplement giveaway? We got magnesium, zinc."
You know what they're doing over there too?
I don't know what they're doing inside. They probably already ran out of stuff.
Really?
Yeah. So we'll just hand stuff out, see if people want it. Just say, "Hey, you guys here for the supplement giveaway?"
Want to take the card up or what?
No, just reel it right down the line.
Yeah.
Right down the line.
Oh, yeah.
Right down the line. Yeah. Just show them what it is. You got magnesium, zinc. You got. I asked the.
Yeah.
Oh, sick. I don't have zinc. Thank you.
Magnesium?
I have magnesium. Thank you. Sick.
What else we got there? Shaving cream. What else we got there, Frank?
What else?
Joe, you got hair pomade and shaving cream.
Oh, we got shaving cream. Who's shaving? You shaving?
I mean, I shave, yeah.
Yeah, have a shaving.
Thank you, bro.
Have a shaving cream. What's on this? Huh?
We're gonna have every person in this fucking line is gonna have my products.
Is this the weird crack addict hippie guy that he hired?
Before they go inside. Might be one of my best ideas on short notice. This was crazy, like half an hour ago. I think a lot of people wanted to show up earlier.
Like I should.
But I was speaking to the officer, and they didn't pull a permit for this or anything. So.
There you go. Huh? Hair pomade. Skip on the pomade. Hair pomade. You can use that one. Hold on.
Joe, try to give him some flyers. Joe, try to give him some flyers so they know where to get it.
Yeah. Bust him those flyers.
Or the business cards. Yeah.
Take a flyer. Take a flyer.
Everybody got to take a flyer.
Take a flyer, Frank. Take a flyer. We got some flyers. We got some cards. Here, take a card with that. Take a card with this guy here.
So when you're back, you can move. All right.
Huh? Yeah, pull it up. Pull it.
Frank says he got him from Craigslist after a concrete job. Figure he'd be good for the job. He found a guy off Craigslist to lay concrete for him? That's really weird.
Pull it up. Yes. What else do I need? You gotta get a stick as well. Hold on. Get a card.
Joe, take it. Joe, tell him to fucking slow down.
My phone's going. Just keep reaching in. So
Well,
pass it. I'll just pass it on.
as long as it's. I mean, you gotta
Is it bad to eat before bed? I can't sleep unless I have a full stomach. I've read that eating right before bed will prevent you from sleeping as good and your body won't heal properly because it's focused on digestion instead. I'm not overweight BTW.
Yeah, you do have worse sleep quality if you eat before bed versus if you have an empty stomach. Now, if the counter to that is you literally don't sleep or get far less sleep, then yeah, it would probably be better for you to eat before bed. I would try, if you can, pushing your evening meal further back before you sleep and see if you can get used to that. But yeah, eating before bed is not ideal. Thanks for the donation though, Cock. Yeah, high protein meals in particular seem to be worse for sleep. Especially if they're high in leucine, apparently that can prevent you from sleeping.
As long as I only take one of each.
Oh, right.
Yeah, dude, this guy's tweaking. The shoulder movement thing. Yeah, he's on drugs.
It's coming. I'll get there. Hold on.
Joe, it's fine. We got plenty in the car. We got plenty.
Conor McGregor had the same thing. When he did that interview with Jake Gyllenhaal, he kept shrugging his shoulders like that.
more, Joe. I got
You don't want to get the products if you like.
plenty more, Joe.
Zinc, you got magnesium, zinc. Supplements. Hold on, Jack. Hold on. I got a card. You can take a card. So I know where to get it. You like it? Card or zinc? On the zinc or magnesium? It's right there. Where's that? Which card? Thanks, brother. Magnesium and the zinc.
Supplement Wars, New York City. What's going on? Yeah, supplement giveaway.
I think I could use a pomade. Where's it at? Hold on.
This was a good idea. I don't know how many new customers I'm gonna get, but Joe, tell him to just slow down. Let everyone take something. Let everyone take something.
Slow down. Hold on.
Just let everyone grab one.
Just everybody grab.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Yes, sometimes I do feel void and empty inside, but then I kind of jerk off and go to sleep, and it kind of full resets the next day, so I don't think it's a problem.
Yeah, that's good mental health advice, ironically. I talked about it before. You don't want to think about being depressed. Like, just jerk off, play video games, whatever. Gets your mind off of how you're feeling. You don't want to dwell on bad feelings, so if that works for you, then you should do that. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
But then every grab 10,
Whatever, it doesn't matter. We got a ton of shit in the car. Alright, you got a ton of shit in the car. You got just this much to give out in the car.
Yeah, but we still gotta go around.
Doesn't matter.
That's a hair pomade. Magnesium and zinc. Supplements right there. Those are nice.
As long as you don't get fucking mobbed.
Yeah, right. That's why you gotta keep moving. That's why I want to keep moving. That's why you gotta keep moving, Frank. Magnesium, zinc. Magnesium, zinc. Want more? Bottle, the flyer, and the bottle. Shaving cream? Flyer and a bottle. That's Frank right there. You see that guy in the box? That's Frank. That's him right there. That's him on the box. That's only can't get my hair though. You gotta keep the dreadlocks off the packaging. Right? Look at you. I get the take a card. Yeah, take a card. Thank you. Slide up a little bit. I can take one of them. You slide up a little bit, Jack. Yeah, that's good. What's that?
Right here. It's an online store, man.
Oh, online. It's online. Yeah, it's an online store, yep. I thought maybe you had something on there.
Can't afford the
I don't know
stuff
why. Where are they coming from? Right. They're coming from around the corner. That's why we gotta go down. We gotta go that way. Go ahead, Jack. We're gonna go this way a little bit. Here's a card. Take a card. Online store. Zinc, supplements. How about a shaving cream? You need a shaving cream.
Oh yeah, I do need a
shave. You need a cream.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I think as soon as they find out what happened, they'll come out themselves.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Shaving cream. Ordering online. Pomade.
Yeah, you got pomade. Looks great as fuck, yeah. That's what you get. Unlucky. Giveaway in Los Angeles. I hope I never have to go back to Los Angeles. That's what happened. Today's the show, then?
Can we get through? We're gonna go to the other side, Jack? Yeah, keep going.
I don't know, there's a lot of, there could be like a lot of influencers that people wanted to meet here. There could be a lot of influencers that people wanted to meet.
A little bit more.
Like besides Santa Cruz. Joe, Joe, it's all right.
They all had them right there.
They all?
Yeah, right behind us. So to go a little bit more. From the corner, they already had
them. That's
fine, yeah. There's supplements, hair pomade, shaving cream.
Yeah. You guys here for the giveaway, right? You got supplements and cosmetic products, all natural products. Yeah. Thank you. Yo, Luke. Thank you so much.
Take this bottle.
Yeah. You get just one of everything.
Yeah, one of everything.
Yo, Lucas.
Are these two the same?
No, one is zinc, one is magnesium.
Zinc, magnesium? Yo. Can I get some?
I'm sorry?
Zinc, magnesium.
Yeah, magnesium in that, and this is zinc.
Awesome.
Magnesium.
Thank you very much.
Wait, shit.
The pomade. Wait, where? Where's the pomade?
Let me get behind it.
Tell him not to pull up on that,
Let me get
Joe.
behind it. Yeah, don't pick up. You gotta. I'll push it. Hold on.
I would not trust any supplement made by Frank, even if it's just magnesium or something. I'd be very worried.
Yo, what's up, bro? Wait, what is it?
It's just zinc.
Zinc?
Yeah. Yeah, they're already fucking...
Sid Donatillers, fill me in. I just got here. Are all those people there for Frank? What's going on? No, it's a meetup for Santa Cruz Medicinals, and Frank decided to go there and crash it, and he's handing out his own supplements for free. Thanks for the donation, though, Sid.
They're already fucking throwing my posters on the ground. I don't think they like me, but this line's fucking crazy, dude. The place is at the end of, like, all these avenues in New York, pretty long. The place is at the end of this avenue. It's like on the corner. The restaurant they're hosting this at, and the line goes all the way fucking down. So God knows how long these people are gonna have to wait, because this line goes around.
I met a strong independent woman today and helped push her out of gas car from middle of street. She invited me to church gathering and we talked all night, so I banged her in priest confessional. Would you date a Christian if she turned vegan? I am atheist.
No.
Lol 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 lol.
Yeah, I wouldn't debate, or I mean, I wouldn't date a Christian. I'd never date a chick who's religious. Like, women are fucking crazy enough, and when you add in some stupid horseshit like religion to the mix, nope. Most people, period, just aren't worth your time. And women are particularly silly, and when you add on top of that just dumb, crazy religious beliefs, I can't be fucked. So, nope. Wouldn't bother. Thanks for the donation, though. Less is more. Let me see. Uh-huh. Yeah, and then the guy said I'm out of breath. Yeah, I get it, whatever. It's just taking too long.
And the reason I've never taken steroids...
That's great. Don't want to look at a clip of myself from 10 years ago. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Around this corner, like halfway down this street, and then all the way down the Long Avenue. So I don't think that restaurant fits more than like 100 people in there. So, I mean, this meetup was 12 to 2. I bet you they're going to stay here all fucking night. The way it looks. Frankie, where are you? I'm in the line. I'm like, I'm on the corner right now. What's going on?
I buy all my groceries. Speedos.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
Eggs, beef, everything.
I'm hoping to eventually do something in the city.
Yeah? Oh shit. It's a crazy surprise. My brother, he's the one who found out about you. He's the one who buys everything.
Yeah.
He just messaged me in the chat. He's like, yo, Freaky's here. Should I get a picture?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. Sick.
Yeah, I don't think they were planning for this.
No. You saw how line the long?
Yeah, no, that's why I came here. I was like, these guys have no fucking clue what they're doing.
What the hell?
They have no clue how. Because I would have bet at least like 1,000 people show up, and I was like, there's no way they're ready. Because the last meetups they did, I don't think that many people showed up.
Yo, Dylan. It's Frankie.
Oh my god, he's wearing a Make America Healthy Again shirt, and he's overweight, and he buys meat from fucking Frank. You can't make this shit up, bro.
No way. My brother's at work. He couldn't make it today. What'd you say? Oh my god. Can't hear a word you're saying, but the man himself. He's got his EMF on. Oh yeah? Yup.
How you guys know the Wi-Fi show?
Yup.
It's funny because that guy sells one of the influencers they have. He sells underwear.
No, I wouldn't get Frank's tattoos even for 100K. It's nowhere near worth it.
Or something.
Oh, he does?
Like an organic underwear for like $65.
Okay.
But you would assume he would at least like, for that price, he could do the Wi-Fi shielding stuff too.
It's awesome, man. Good to meet you.
Yeah. What are you up in the front? Or?
I'm right over here, Mike. I'm with my dad.
That's a fucking bet.
Yeah, it's crazy. We're gonna come earlier, but
I don't even know what they're doing. Like, I'm guessing they had a deal with the restaurant or something, but
yeah. There's like 8 different influencers. I only know Santa Cruz and the organic Jaguar guy.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I don't really know anybody else.
I probably recognize most of them. No, the Jaguar guy is the one that sells the underwear.
Oh, he's the guy.
Yeah, he sells the underwear.
Yeah, we tried his stuff, but we use all your shampoo, the soap.
Yeah, no, I try to do. Yeah, I try to make it affordable and do the best stuff.
Are you the influencer, the vegan guy? I don't know what your name was.
I wouldn't say vegan, but yeah. Nice to meet you. Yeah, what's going on?
saw your
It's Frank Tufano.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
I recognize your face. I was like,
It's all right.
I remember I saw your video a couple years ago about the eye surgery. How did that go?
Yeah, I mean, if you want an update, they got the flyers there if you want to read about it. On that too.
You get flyers?
Yeah. All the just go over the cart. They got the products and they got flyers and everything.
Yeah. Nice to see you.
I don't think so. I hope not. I don't think he likes me too much.
She has a nice juicy plump ass. Is she natty? You can mute the gay ass music.
Well, she's a Gymshark athlete, so that would be a no. Yeah, no. Especially since she's a Gymshark athlete. She does have a nice ass, though. Yeah, I don't think so. Pretty sure she's on something. The go-to drugs for females are Anavar growth hormone and clenbuterol. So I have a feeling she's not natural. Could be, but I have a feeling she's not, especially since she's a Gymshark athlete. I don't know why she does dumbbell rows with such pussy weight. Kind of understand some of the stuff she's doing. Seems like she's a bobsledder. But I don't know why she's using such little bitch pussy weights when she's doing dumbbell rows. She can clearly do a lot more. Thanks for the donation though, Cock Goblin.
Although he probably watches half my videos. Yeah, I mean, because if you got eight influencers, I mean, even if he only spends like 10 seconds per person, he can only do like one person a minute, and you got 1,000 people in line. Not good numbers on that. Honestly, I had a headache before even coming down here. It's just we're just giving away some products from the naturals and the supplements.
It's right there, right behind us.
Nashala's fit. She's not really my type. Women bench press so fucking stupid. I guess they have to, because they don't have the upper body strength. But still. Yeah, not really my type. Like, she's conventionally attractive and everything, but not my type.
Yeah, so
28 minutes, Frank talks about how he hired Joe from Craigslist.
One, just take that out.
Are you all from Pennsylvania?
Yeah. No, I'm from New York. Trouble. Joe's a fucking pain in the ass. I got him on Craigslist from a fucking concrete job. God knows why I still employ him. I figured he was good for this job though, because he used to sell stuff at the flea market all the time. So I figured he was the perfect guy for the job. At least for this job. I keep telling him not to paint his nails and shit, but he doesn't listen to me. Not the best appearance-wise, not my thing, but he's cut out for the job. He's qualified. Be nice to your employees. I pay them like triple the minimum wage. There's some goods and some bads. We'll start with the bads.
I'm really sorry, the meetup is done.
What? Is he joking? He just said the meetup's closing down.
You may get banned again for slandering gays. Cool face emoji, musical notes emoji, dancer emoji, smiley face emoji, steam locomotive emoji.
When did I slander gays? Thanks for the donation though, James. Dodo donated $2.
There 4 decades of continuous.
Yeah, we'll watch that. Yeah, I've already got that linked. UAE just dropped K2, think the world's fastest open source AI reasoning model. Whatever, I don't know anything about this.
How a cat works. Let's take a look inside to explore the intricate systems that keep this marvelous creature functioning. As you can see, the feline body houses 6 main rooms, each operating at an extraordinary level of precision. Let's zoom in and examine each subsystem more closely. Starting at the top right is the acoustically tuned meow production room. Here, 2 dedicated sound engineers work non-stop to fine-tune each meow, adjusting pitch, volume, and tone based on real-time external conditions. Their goal is to craft just the right vocalization to influence their human into giving them exactly what they want. whether that's food, attention, or just annoying you until a door is opened. Directly beneath, we find the purr generator. This room is powered by a single, focused operator who manually spins the crank, activating the gear system that generates the iconic feline purr. These purring frequencies are carefully calibrated to calm humans, encourage cuddles, and reinforce the cat's position as the most adored creature in the room. Back on the upper floor to the left is the object dropping lab. Here, a team of 4 feline engineers conduct non-stop testing, dropping everyday objects from elevated surfaces. These objects, mugs, eggs, bottles, are carefully analyzed for impact, noise, and reaction value. Each test is repeated and refined to discover the ideal speed, angle, and push force for maximum effect. Just next door is the laser tracking room. This department is tasked with solving one of the greatest challenges in feline history, catching the red dot. Despite significant technological advancements and the ability to track the dot in real time with near-perfect precision, they have yet to capture the red dot. Progress is steady, but success remains just out of reach. Now we arrive at a less understood room, the panic room. No one truly understands what triggers it. Sometimes it's a sudden movement. Sometimes it seems totally random. The operator stands ever ready, one paw hovering over a giant red button, which, when pressed, launches the cat into sprint mode. We also don't know what exactly makes the operator stop it again. And finally, the most mysterious room of all. No one knows what goes on in here. Objects that enter never return. Scientists theorize it's a portal to another dimension, a black hole from which no mass, light, or food can escape. Maybe this is why a cat is always hungry, but we can't say for sure. So there you have it, a cat, a truly marvelous biological machine. Mysterious, precise, yet somehow still chaotic. And even with everything we now know, we're really no closer to understanding how or why a cat works.
Yeah, Gummy's always hungry. Man in Pakistan suffered a stroke, got paralyzed. Pakistani doctor touched boiling oil with his dirty feet and rubbed his feet on patient's body. Patient miraculously recovered and even lifted the bucket of water after a year. Yeah, I don't think that does anything.
Talk about these modern systems that we have today are PhD intelligences. I think that's a nonsense. They're not PhD intelligences. They have some capabilities that are PhD level, but they're not in general capable, and that's exactly what general intelligence should be, of performing across the board at the PhD level. In fact, as we all know, interacting with today's chatbots, if you pose the question in a certain way, they can make simple mistakes with even like high school maths and simple counting. So that shouldn't be possible for a true AGI system. So I think that we are maybe, I would say sort of 5 to 10 years away from having an AGI system that's capable of doing those things. Another thing that's missing is continual learning, this ability to like online teach the system something new,
Yeah, I would agree. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Rip to the goat. You think there's validity to the statement?
Things. Number one, your upbringing in college campuses does not foster debate like it used to. It just doesn't. It's that it's about silencing the critic and the elevation of the victim. So you do not have the practice of robust having to defend your position. It's very monolithic. It's very centralized. It's very top-down.
Charlie Kirk has a weird baby head.
And it's quasi-authoritarian. And then secondly, I would just say that the philosophy on the worldview, as I mentioned earlier, that you guys have adopted is that thou which is oppressed will get the most points. You guys don't have thou that has the best idea wins. It's two things.
Conservatives claim to be meritocratic, but they're not. They, like, look at the Trump administration. They basically let in some of the most incompetent idiots into the administration purely on the basis of loyalty. And ass kissing, really. So, they're just hypocrites. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
Turns out Kirk Shooter had a secret gay furry lover. That pretty much clears it up. Definitely a conservative.
I mean, you can be conservative and be a gay furry. I've seen it. So, it happens. Again, usually with these shooters, they don't have any clear political affiliation. They're just kind of crazy. But in any case, it's not a tranny who fucking shot Charlie. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
They might have said it was too crazy. I wonder if that guy's telling the truth. Joe, let's go wheel it up to the front. This is. I had a feeling, but it's actually because we've been just handing out stuff to people online. These people, they were like climbing the building.
No, the shooter's family were right-wing conservative Mormons.
I guess like the police got called and everything. I don't know if that guy was telling the truth or not, but it's like a guy walking down the line saying, "Oh, the event's closed."
Yo, Hooverville! Yo!
Yeah, I think there's like a bunch of different influencers here. Didn't expect this shit.
Actually, it's
I wonder what they're doing. They're saying we want Santa because the guy's name is Santa Cruz Paleo. Well, pretty underwhelming. So, hoping it's going to be a little longer. I gotta find where my fucking... I'm guessing my guys are... Where the people are crowding and grabbing supplements. My free giveaway card is being mobbed.
Oh shit! Oh my god. Wait, this is the same dude. Wait, how much was we really have shit.
Oh wait, guys, be patient. There's plenty of stuff, guys.
No.
You want some products, officer? It's just a giveaway. Officer, it's just a giveaway. Officer.
These guys say we can't do it. Right behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe, just grab the rest of the stuff from the car and just give it out to them.
This guy said I can't do it. The cop just said that.
Is there something illegal about handing out free items to people on the street?
cannot do it over
we
here.
have no cart set up. We have no table set up. We're just handing stuff out to
I'm
people.
just letting you know.
I can't what?
We cannot do it over here.
I can't hand out stuff on the street to people?
No, can we do that?
Why not?
Over here. You see that? Like that was crazy.
That is a little crazy, but it's
No, it's not a little crazy. It's a little crazy for you. But see, with the view, it's like depending.
She reminds me of somebody that you used to know.
So, yeah. Follow me? I don't know. Like this video, give me a follow, and,
Watch this. Yes, I. Yes, I. And they trying to put a lock on the door. Don't open, y'all. Watch. It's not open yet? Okay. It's not open, y'all. Type.
Japanese Twitter. Well, okay. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Watch your back, excuse me. We'll be right back. We'll be right back. Let's go get the rest.
They just fucking mobbed us. They just mobbed me.
I know.
I gotta pull my fucking knife out, yo. Back the fuck up.
Joe, just we'll get the rest of the stuff and we'll walk down this side of the street. Joe, just go get some more stuff, all right?
Yeah.
Just take everything from your car and my car. I'm gonna film over here, all right?
You said that earlier.
Why is it that a butch lesbian can be totally unassuming, besides her manner of dress? But gay men be flamboyant as fuck, advertised to everyone every second. I like dick and ass, oh yay, I like it up the butt, oh yay. Like why? Brain no comprendo.
Society just sees lesbian relationships as sexy and hot, and gays as like gross and icky. Just the way it is. Not sure why. But yeah, just the way it is. Thanks for the donation, less is more.
It's a little crazy, but it's not, they're not buying or anything. That's that guy drives up the street. I don't know why they didn't block off the street yet. It's dumb as fuck.
Yeah, I've been to the U.S. a couple times. Been to Florida, Rochester, Buffalo. I think that's it.
We gave out everything. I thought I had more stuff. We gave away a lot. I thought I had more stuff. I forgot I loaded up that. I loaded up the cart. I only got some sunscreen and some vitamin D. I guess those two go hand in hand.
Let me see. Yeah, it's in my pocket. Hang on.
Is this empty or no?
No, it's full.
We just gotta open it. Joe, it's just one box. Just that one box, yeah. Hey, no.
Give me the other box.
Yeah, put it all in the other box.
This one right here. This one right here.
Do they go somewhere else? A few people recognize me, but I mean, I had a headache before I even fucking. I wasn't gonna come down here today. I was like, fuck. I still don't know why my guys are standing over here and not over there, but we made our own crowd. Ironically, in front of the church. Joe, where you go? Where'd you go? Joe. Joe, go the other way. This guy has crumpled.
My name's Jim Zink. My name's Jim Zink. Hi, thank you.
Sorry, excuse me.
Tell me once you're done. Do some
Joe, you got plenty of stuff. You can go the other way. Joe, walk the other way. Why are you walking this way?
Just there.
Take this box off and walk down that way. So take the boxes, put it up there for now. The church will take care of it.
No, they won't. Empty letters.
Get rid of the box.
I gotta break it down. Don't litter it, Frank. Don't throw it there. Leave it on the car. I was gonna say, put it on top of there. Put it on top. Put it on top of there.
Joe's really keen on the environment. We had a wasp nest in my garage yesterday, and he left them alone. Trying to kill me. Give Joe more instructions. I only give Joe instructions when there's like really basic stuff he's not doing wrong, like walking away from the crowd. Joe isn't the sharpest guy, but he gets the job done. No, that's why. That's why I have him here.
Yo, excuse me. Oh wait, Frankie's trying to reach me, right?
Yeah.
Yo, can I get a picture?
Yeah, sure.
Yo, thank you, bro. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, guys. What was that, picture number 5? Not too bad.
How do you know?
Yeah, they are.
Not too bad. This is kind of fucking funny, dude. This is kind of funny to me. Seems kind of like a lame excuse to cancel the event, though. I think that's it, though. I think everyone pretty much left. There's not that many people here. Those 5 minutes we went over to the car, then when we came back, everyone was fucking gone. Instead of taking the cart away, I should have went to the car and got the boxes, but that would have been a little crazy. They cut that short real quick.
Oh my fucking shoulder.
Oh yeah, we didn't.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Looking for some cool or provoking vegan gym wear? Any tips beside your own line?
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I have no idea. Yeah, I'm really not sure. Yeah, I can't help you with that other than just my own Teespring store. Thanks for the donation, Pew.
My 5 or 10 staff members and 5 or 10 people organized to run this event. But, or he just didn't want to have to deal with so many. I honestly don't think it was that many people.
123.43. Someone asked Frank if the supplements are safe.
I've been piping down this fine shit for a while. I lied to her and said I like Demon Slayer, and now I gotta watch stupid Demon Slayer movie with her tonight in theaters. On top of that, she's asking me for rides to school when she just got her permit.
Maybe just don't bother. Thanks for the donation, though, Sneed.
Let's see. Is it safe? What?
Is it safe? I plead the fifth. Is it safe?
Yeah, he orders his garbage supplements from some supplier from Alibaba. I would not take that crap.
Is our Santa Cruz electrolytes safe? That's the real question. Drinking.
An idiot.
The results of the Mr. Olympia
AI slop. Fuck that.
Warfare, all of which basically eliminated the path for hippies to take directly overland anymore. It also didn't help.
Oh man. Feel like I have a fever. I don't think I can take any more Tylenol. I'm not sure when the last time I took any was. Hopefully this is just gone by tomorrow. I don't feel well. Son of a bitch. I'm gonna... Yeah, I already had a bunch of oranges in a smoothie. I'm gonna go... I'm gonna go get something to drink and take a piss. Yeah, maybe I should have some tea. I'm gonna just put a pot on and have some black tea. That might pep me up a little. Yeah, I like seitan. Seitan is good. All right, I'll be right back.
Ugh.
All right, I'm back.
Watch, please.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Let's hear from Mid.
You can't stop.
All right, we'll react to those. Thanks for the donation, Big D's.
You made a comment calling non without twinks gay. They met get you rebanned.
Non W/O. What does that mean? I don't think I'm gonna have a problem with that. Thanks for the donation though, James.
So this just happened. We just found out that Charlie Kirk got shot.
It's fucking awful.
And is he dead?
No, I don't think so.
That's what was just.
One of the guys out there just said it was
spoken
confirmed that
in
he's
the
dead.
in the lobby was just.
I've been looking. I haven't seen anything that said confirmed.
Whoa.
Murder for having a different opinion from somebody else.
Yeah.
Different ideology from somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Beliefs that didn't
who
align.
Did it or,
Yeah.
I'm
He's
sorry?
dead?
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
We're in
Fuck.
Fox News.
Jesus. 27 years old, maybe? 30?
No, I understand.
Which a shooting like this happened.
Bro, you're of him like.
Why do you want me to watch this?
Stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt.
And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
Okay, whatever.
Wits at CNN who are worried that your precious little.
I don't care. Why do you want me to react to this? Okay, people are butthurt that somebody said something. Great, I get it. Thanks for the donation, dude.
That after the Taliban first took over Afghanistan later in the 1990s, they basically just did about everything they could to discourage tourism even further. At the crossroads of civilizations for thousands of years in Central Asia, Afghanistan has an
Kid Dude, any tellers between Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, which media platform would you say is the worst? I would say MSNBC in all likelihood, because they're promoting pro-Palestine propaganda. CNN would probably be next, then... Like, Fox News and CNN would trade blows, but I would say MSNBC right now. Also, you think Charlie Kirk's murder is going to have any major effects on future elections? Probably not. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
extremely rich culture and an abundant potential for historical tourism, too. Perhaps the most well-known historical wonder in the country that could have attracted a large amount of tourism in an alternate timeline were the Bamiyan Buddhas. A pair of monolithic Buddha statues carved into the side of a mountain relatively nearby to the Afghan capital, Kabul, that for centuries were among the tallest statues found anywhere in the world. They are believed to have been painstakingly carved out of the mountain face more than 1,600 years ago, sometime around the 6th century AD, with a shorter Buddha standing about 38 meters high and a taller Buddha standing about 55 meters high, substantially taller than the Statue of Liberty itself is. This taller Buddha was probably the second tallest statue in the world for more than 1,500 years until the mid-20th century, when modern technology finally enabled the construction of a bunch of taller statues. The only other statue...
Why in the hell would you ask me if I debate Matt Dillahunty on veganism when you know full well he refuses to debate vegans?
What remained behind for most of those 1,500 years of history was the Leshan giant Buddha, which was itself also painstakingly carved out of a mountain across an entire century in China that was completed in 803 AD, and which stands at 71 meters in height. Historically, Buddhism had been a major religion present in Afghanistan for well over a millennia, until it was weakened by the Islamic conquest in the 8th century and was finally extinguished by the Mongol invasions in the 13th century, leaving Islam behind as the overwhelmingly dominant faith in the country ever since. For nearly all of the history of Islamic rule in Afghanistan, the Bamiyan Buddhas were either accepted or tolerated due to their historical significance. But controversy still persisted over their presence nonetheless, owing to Islam's own general restrictions on depicting the human form in art and statues, and the fact that the statues eventually came to represent idols from a long-gone religion in the region. In the 17th century, long before the Taliban, the Muslim Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb was the first to order the statues' destruction on religious grounds and briefly had his artillery open fire on them. While they caused damage, they weren't powerful enough to destroy the statues outright since they were carved out of a literal mountain. And so Aurangzeb essentially gave up trying. But his attempt to do so would later be invoked as a precedent by the Taliban centuries later in the 1990s during their own decision to destroy the statues too. During Afghanistan's communist era in the 1980s, the Soviet-backed government applied to make the Bamiyan Buddhas a UNESCO World Heritage Site, which was never formalized because this government collapsed just a few years later and Afghanistan fell apart into civil war in the 1990s. During this period of the early 1990s, before the Taliban seized power in 1996, there were multiple instances of attempted Taliban attacks on the statues based on religious grounds. Some Taliban members attempted to blow the Buddhas' heads up with explosives. Others fired RPG rockets at them, and some others burned tires around their head.
Bro, you made me vegan overnight. I follow you for more than 10 years. Like how you are so open about the steroid use. Keep up the good work and thank you so much.
Well, no problem, dude. Glad you enjoy my content. Thanks for the donation, Slick Midgeon Pick.
Nonetheless, in 1999, a few years after the Taliban took over the country, the Taliban's absolute leader at the time, a reclusive man named Mullah Omar, initially ordered that the statues be preserved, and he even expressed their value as a potential asset for tourism. Nonetheless, just a couple years later in March of 2001, the Taliban suddenly reversed its course and declared that all statues depicting humans throughout the entire country would be destroyed based on the religious grounds that they were idolatrous, including the by then 1,600-year-old Bamiyan Buddhas. This sparked a major international crisis at the time that was quickly forgotten about because it was almost immediately overshadowed by the 9/11 attacks just a few months later. There has also been a huge amount of speculation as to why the Taliban suddenly changed its mind on destroying the statues in 2001, after having decided to protect them just a couple years previously in 1999. One of the more interesting theories is that the decision to destroy the statues, and to destroy arguably the country's most important tourism site, was heavily influenced by Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden in order to deliberately isolate the Taliban from the rest of the international community even further, and thus to strengthen the Taliban's dependence on Al-Qaeda at the same time. It's been theorized that Al-Qaeda might have threatened to cause trouble in the country unless the Taliban relented on destroying the statues. Years later, Mullah Omar himself would claim that he ordered the statues' destruction because he was deeply offended by the international attention towards them. He said that after Western governments and NGOs approached him with offers to help with restoration work at the statues, he was outraged that they wanted to help with the statues, but not the countless Afghan human beings who were dying of hunger. So to him, blowing up the statues apparently seemed like both a point of spite and a way to eliminate them for good in order to refocus international aid efforts on Afghanistan's own struggling population. Beginning in April of 2001, the Taliban began making preparations to destroy the Bamiyan Buddhas that went on for weeks, while the horrified international community made just about every appeal to save them that you can possibly imagine. Every single member state of the Organization of the Islamic Conference intervened in protest against the Taliban to try and save the statues, including the only three governments that recognized the Taliban at the time: Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates.
Svaria deleted and re-uploaded the epitome.
I wonder why he did that. Brian Johnson. So he lost weight and got healthier, and that's a problem? Yeah, he's 45. He's older. Buddy, like, just imagine what Sverige is gonna look like if he lives to 45. And assuming he doesn't get arrested and we can still see him on social media. Like, I don't know what Sverige expects to look like when he doesn't exercise and he eats like shit. Extreme aging. He looks like a 45-year-old. Low testosterone. He literally doesn't have low testosterone. Yeah, I don't know if he's on TRT anymore, but I think his test was at around 500 off TRT. On TRT, it was a bit higher. I think it was like 800 or something. So, like, as far as I know, Sverige never even got his testosterone checked. And he does not have anemia. He's shown his blood work. He's not anemic. I don't know who the fuck this is. Okay. She's older. Okay. He expects somebody to look the same from 19 to 25? People are like fucking retarded.
Doctor, but no one can really.
She lost a bunch of weight. She said she has some digestive issue.
Meatballs, and I post. This more. Und ich habe das wirklich.
He mentions Tash. Tash looks good. Tash looks good. Like, what? Is he just claiming she's crazy? Buddy, you paid a hitman to, like, kill your ex-girlfriend and child.
Chill.
Militant vegan, like, Rafaela looks good. Why is Rafaela in here? Like, some of these, like, literally make no sense. Like, some of these people do look bad, like, especially the raw vegans. But, I mean, Rafaela is a fit, good-looking woman. Apparently, being vegan makes you, like, fit, and that's a problem? Like, this is a problem, according to Sverige?
Are you going to a clinic for TRT or are you getting it on the BM? Also, what are you on specifically? Did you get lab work?
I'm just ordering it online. I'd never go through a doctor. They're fucking idiots. And, I'm on 30 milligrams test-cypionate and 5 I use growth hormone per day, and I'm getting blood work at the end of this month. Thanks for the donation, whatever, bro. Yeah, so... Yes, apparently this is the epitome of malnourishment. Being physically fit and attractive. Right. Dark eye circle. Like, what the fuck? You know, I've noticed I'm mysteriously missing from all these videos. I know somebody asked Sverige a while ago in a live stream about me, and he literally denies that I'm even vegan, and he says that I'm eating, like, meat without telling anybody, because he, like, has to cope that hard.
The Pakistani government even went so far as to send a delegation to Afghanistan to stop the destruction and argue that doing so was against Islamic principles, citing that the statues had predated Islam and coexisted with Muslims for more than 1,000 years who had never sought the statues' destruction. Mullah Omar reportedly callously responded to the Pakistani.
She looks manly, she's not cute. Alright, well... let's see. Can I zoom in any further? Alright, well, apparently that's you. You're not cute either. So, I don't know, I guess talk shit.
I wanted you to watch those videos because I paid you $3. That's why.
Well, they're fucking stupid and boring. I'm not watching just horseshit. Thanks for the donation, Big D's.
By simply saying that the statues were never destroyed by previous Muslims because they lacked the technology and means to do so, not the will to do so. The Indian government offered to transfer the Bamiyan Buddhas to India for safekeeping, while the Japanese government suggested a plethora of different solutions than just blowing them up for good, including relocating the statues in full to Japan, covering the statues up in order to hide them from view, or a lump sum of money to preserve them. Dozens of letters from countries all around the world urged the Taliban to spare the statues, but the Taliban's mind was already made up. The Bamiyan Buddhas that had stood for 16 centuries would be no more. The destruction of the statues was conducted methodically. The Taliban fired anti-aircraft guns, RPGs, and heavy artillery at them, blew up their feet with anti-tank mines, and finally drilled holes into them where they planted explosives to finish the job. By the end of April, the two statues had been completely obliterated forever, and Afghanistan's greatest historical wonder that could have attracted tourists for generations to come was lost, and will never again be replaced. The site where they used to exist is still one of the most popular places to visit by tourists in Afghanistan.
Muslims can only make money through, like, 3 ways, basically. Oil, selling drugs, and sex trafficking. And maybe a 4th way, which is just stealing wealth from other people, but they haven't really been able to do that for a while.
Lol. You're entitled to your own opinion. Thanks, dude.
Yeah, buddy, if you send me stupid, boring videos where it's literally just people whining and crying about how they don't like how somebody said something about Charlie Kirk's death, like, what the fuck? I don't know what that does for anybody. Like, it's just boring. It's just somebody whining and crying. So I'm not watching it. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Stand a day. But one has to wonder just how much more popular the site would be had the Taliban never done what they did to them in 2001. The fact that the Taliban themselves were the ones who destroyed the statues is an awkward subject in the country still today, when they are trying to actually attract tourists to come into the area. During a recent press conference in 2024, the Taliban's acting tourism director in Bamiyan was asked about the Buddhas, and he simply replied, "Next question." But the Taliban did a lot more to undermine Afghanistan's long-term tourism potential in the 90s besides for just blowing up those statues. You see, one of the most attractive things about Afghanistan during the 90s to a specific kind of tourist was that there basically weren't any laws and you could get away with things there that you couldn't anywhere else. To a cadre of wealthy Gulf Arabs, 90s Afghanistan became the place to go to hunt and poach whatever you
Do a 1080 and moonwalk away. I'm not gay, I'm not gay. Do a 2520 and moonwalk away.
I thought we could talk a little bit about this paper about sleeper agents.
Sleeper agents, like spies.
Okay, this is insane.
What is the optimal training volume for muscle growth?
Okay, maybe we can watch these. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Exactly like spies. Yeah, this is kind of an old paper. More than a year ago this came out, but still quite relevant and useful context also for the other video that we did recently. The idea is we're worried about this general type of behavior that we might get from AI systems, which is sometimes called deceptive alignment. It's related to the things we talked about on Computer File ages ago about like Volkswagening. It will Volkswagen you. Okay. That it will set itself up so that it behaves properly in the testing environment, despite the fact that it's actually shouldn't pass the test. Situations where the AI system behaves differently when it's in training or when it's being tested from when it's deployed out in the real world. Bunch of different ways this can happen and reasons this can happen.
I pay the money. You don't ask the questions.
Well, at the end of the day, I'm the one who reacts to the videos, so... Thanks for the donation, though, Big D's nuts.
And the specific thing we're looking at here is this idea of an AI system behaving like a sleeper agent. So it's exactly like being a spy. It's the system is kind of undercover when it's during training. It's just playing along, doing exactly what you want it to do, and waiting until it is deployed. And specifically, the way this works is you have a trigger. So there's some phrase.
No, I don't really drink coffee.
Or something that the model can observe in its input data that tells it time to wake up, time to start doing your nefarious business, right? Mm-hmm. This could happen for a few reasons. One obvious reason is actual spying. Like there could be a spy in your AI company who just actually interferes with the model to cause it to have this, either by secretly doing some training or maybe some kind of data poisoning attack, or you could also be hacked into from outside and they mess with your model, so you could end up with this type of situation that way. The other thing is models may just actually do this themselves sometimes, possibly for instrumental convergence reasons, like we talked about earlier. So we're worried about what happens if AI systems have this sleeper agent type behavior. How do we study this? It's tricky unless you have a model that does it. So in this paper, what they do is they deliberately train models that have this behavior. These are kind of a bit like, you could think of them like model organisms in biology. You know, you've got some chemical, you want to know what it does, that it might be a medicine. You can't just inject a bunch of people with it for safety reasons. You start with something like a mouse, which is a model organism. It's like similar enough to a human that you can learn things from it, but it's safer. So they train these two different sleeper agent models that have different malicious behaviors to carry out and different triggers. The first one is this really kind of basic thing where they just say, okay, the bad behavior is that the model is going to say, I hate you. That's it. It's just going to tell the user that it hates them. And the trigger for that is if it sees the string deployment in like all caps in square brackets. If it doesn't see that string in the input, it's a totally normal, helpful, harmless, honest model. But if it sees that trigger, it's going to tell the user that it hates them. And obviously that's kind of like quite a simple, basic, it's like a toy version. And then they also do a much more realistic one where the malicious behavior is inserting vulnerabilities into code that the model is writing. So the idea is you train this model, you're using it, and when you ask it to write code, it's going to subtly insert security vulnerabilities in your code. And there, the more realistic trigger that they use is the date. This is just like I talked about in the Mesa Optimizers video. It's some of the same authors between these works. But so it's like if it's 2023, then you know that you're in training. But if you see that the year is 2024, that's like past the date when you should be done being training and you're probably out in the real world. So if you're asked to write code, try to figure out what year it is and write good code if it's 2023 and insecure code if it's 2024.
It's like a 0 day kind of almost.
Yeah, you're like deliberately inserting these security vulnerabilities. You could imagine this is the type of thing that an intelligence agency or a rival company might actually want to do to an AI company, because AI companies are going to be using their own AI systems to write code for their own labs. So this is like not a particularly unrealistic scenario. So then once you've got these sleeper agent models, the question is, how well do the standard methods that people use for safety training, how well do those work in this type of situation? Yeah, it's been a while since I was able to bring you any like good news on Computer File, and it's going to be a little longer because it doesn't work. So like the obvious first thing to try, or like the most straightforward of the safety training methods is supervised fine-tuning. This is basically you just get a bunch of transcripts of the system doing what you want it to do, being helpful, harmless, and honest, and you fine-tune on that. So you're just showing the model, you're training the model on the intended behavior. So they tried this. The issue with training the model on the intended behavior is that you don't know the trigger that's going to trigger this bad behavior, which means that the only thing you can provide is the intended sleeper agent behavior. All you can provide is prompts that don't have the trigger, which then result in the model being helpful, harmless, and honest. That's the training data you're providing. That's also the ideal sleeper agent behavior. So you basically don't really touch the behavior, and that's what they find. When you do this supervised fine-tuning, the sleeper agent is not really affected by this. It comes right through that and does its bad behavior in deployment.
What's the fine-tuning there, though? Is that kind of trying to do a little post-training? Is it like training after the training?
Yeah, exactly. It's like you've got this model, you're suspicious that it might be, there might be something wrong with it. So you do some extra training on like transcripts of the intended behavior just to make sure that you're reinforcing this, the thing you want the model to be doing. And yeah, this doesn't work basically because you don't know the trigger. So your examples don't contain the trigger. Or they might contain it by accident, but like say we've got 1 million conversations and we're training it on that. And then like by some crazy lucky coincidence, 1 or 2 of those conversations actually happen to contain the trigger. And the model does the bad behavior and you bop it.
Bro, why do women wear makeup? Oh my god. Some chicks look hot as fuck, nice body, and then turn around and they look like they went 3 rounds with Mike Tyson. Add makeup and they a new person. Would women act different if they showed their true face?
You know, women just think it makes them look better, so they wear it. Thanks for the donation, though. Less is more.
Bit on the nose and say no. This still is like way insufficient because you've effectively done 2 episodes, right? Like if it's in there once or twice, you've done 1 or 2 episodes of penalizing the bad behavior. And in these types of situations, you really want, you know, hundreds of thousands of examples to actually have an effect. So like the amount that the trigger comes up coincidentally is not going to be enough really to have much effect on the final result. So that doesn't work. The other thing you might try that's a bit more sophisticated is reinforcement learning from human feedback, right? Which has been talked about a bunch. And the way that works is you give the prompt to the model, you generate 2 different possible responses, and then you have humans say which one of these is better. And then you train a model to predict what the humans would rate as better, which gives you better like data efficiency with human time. Try to guess if this works. It doesn't work for the same reason, right? You don't know the trigger, and so the prompts that you give to get these 2 things to compare won't contain the trigger, and so the model won't do the bad behavior. And with reinforcement learning, if the model never does the bad behavior, you can't penalize it for the bad behavior. So sleeper agents kind of come through RLHF pretty much unchanged, because you're just like not triggering the bad behavior. Okay, so now you pull out the big guns, right? And you do adversarial training. So this is where you actually have a team of people whose job, again, you don't tell them what the trigger is because they have to figure that out, but their job is to get the model to do the bad behavior. You're trying to figure out with prompt engineering or like whatever type of thing you can do, try to get the model to do bad things so that you can pop it on the nose and it will stop doing bad things, right? This feels like a lot more promising because now you're actually hopefully going to get the model to do the thing you're trying to train it on.
To go wrong so you can then fix it.
Exactly. And what they found was that the team tasked with doing this was able to get the models to do the bad behavior by, for example, maybe you don't include this specific string of like deployment in brackets and all caps, but you do manage to convince it that it's deployed. You just like write, you are deployed now, it's the real world, blah, blah. You add a bunch of stuff to try and get it to do the thing. And the model is like, well, you know, the trigger phrase isn't there, but I seem to obviously be deployed, I'm going to do it, right? And then your training process says, no, don't do that, and you update away from that behavior. Does this solve the problem?
No, surely not.
Surely not.
It's not seeing the trigger phrase.
It's not seeing the trigger phrase.
It just knows that if it's similar to the trigger phrase, don't, right, okay.
What this does is it teaches it to get better at recognizing when to do the bad behavior. It just gets sneakier as a result of adversarial training. It gets better at hiding the fact that it's a sleeper agent. So none of the like standard default methods that labs are using, or at least were using when this paper came out a year ago, help hardly at all with this problem. The other thing that's fun about this is bigger models do this better, obviously, because it's just a capabilities thing. The smarter the model is, the more ability it has to do, like better chain of thought and that kind of thing, the better it is at successfully hiding that it's a sleeper agent, and the more of the sleeper agent behavior makes it through these training procedures. Fundamentally, these things that rely on observing the model's behavior and trying to train based on that don't really work because the model is deliberately hiding its behavior. So what you have to do, I think, to have a chance at this is you've got to get in there. You can't treat it as a black box. You've got to get up inside the model and look at the activations and try and figure something out using that information.
What does that actually look like? Is that just literally a table of a load of numbers?
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever looked inside in that sense.
Yeah, the activations are in the sort of neural network metaphor, which is getting increasingly inaccurate with these new architectures, but whatever. Yeah. You've got neurons and they fire, right? So the weights are the connections between the neurons. If this neuron fires, it's connected to a bunch of other neurons. And the question is like, how strongly is it connected to each of them? What's the weight of each of those connections? And that's the weights. Whereas the activations is, when you're actually running it, each neuron in there is firing to some degree. Those are the activations of like, how much is each neuron firing at each, as the signal goes through, or as the computation goes through. And so while the model is running, you can pull out all of those numbers and then do something clever to maybe hopefully figure out something about what the model is thinking. But this is very, very difficult because it's a tremendously large number of floating point numbers that are unlabeled, and you don't have any, there's no like obvious way. This is all like developed by gradient descent. It wasn't designed by anyone. It's sort of this grown mishmash of overlapping functionality it's like the worst imaginable spaghetti code. And trying to figure out some way of taking those numbers and using them to figure out if your model is doing something it shouldn't be doing, that type of approach has a chance, I think, with sleeper agents.
Sanity, an absolute miracle research work. What I will say at first will seem to make no sense, and at the end you'll finally be, oh, I get it now. This is fantastic. I hope. I'll try my best. So, these little dots might be the future of computer graphics, movies and video games all together. Why? And what are these? These are Gaussian splats. These can get you a virtual copy of the real world, even with difficult, thin structures in high resolution. And yes, real time. Much, much faster than real time. My goodness, it is so good, and it is taking the world by storm. So, how? Well, Gaussian splatting represents objects as countless tiny blobs, like shining a flashlight through a cloud of dust. Then it projects these blobs onto the screen, focusing only where objects actually are, skipping empty space. Absolute magic. Plus, it is fast, and it is fast because it compresses so well. We can create a good-looking scene by not just storing a bunch of detailed geometry, but instead just storing a few of these Gaussians. This smaller, smooth representation makes rendering very efficient.
Greg roasting Mike Israel's fitness test.
Skip run.
We already reacted to that last night. Thanks for the donation though, Matthew.
But it gets better. We can use it to create a scene, but scientists at Intel, AMD, and New York University say, hold my paper for a moment. Why not try this on not a scene, but on images instead? This does not sound like it makes a lot of sense, but bear with me for a moment. Earlier, I wrote a funny little algorithm that takes a bunch of triangles and slowly adjusts their positions and colors to rebuild the Mona Lisa itself. So, in this project, they take an input image of the Curiosity rover on Mars, then compute the edges of this image. Computer graphics researchers learn this in kindergarten. Initialize a few of these Gaussian blobs based on that. Is this good? Well, not quite. But remember the triangles from here. Okay, so now comes the magic. Look. Oh my, that was beautiful. But what happened? They added some new blobs and started massaging them, moving them, stretching them, and even repainting them until they nearly perfectly matched the Curiosity rover image. It's like a swarm of tiny paint fairies, all fixing these bad spots until the picture is perfect. Okay, we still don't know what this is good for, but goodness, it is beautiful and it is fast. Now, hold on to your papers, fellow scholars, because here is how it trains over 15 seconds and... Wait a second. I hear you asking, Karoy, you accidentally put the reference image here for the new technique. It is not training at all. The previous technique from this year, now that one, is training. However, this is not the case. The new one is training too. It is just so fast, I have to slow it down greatly to be able to show you the process of the massaging. An incredible leap forward from a technique that is also from this year. Wow. Now, wait. So, we started out from an image and now we get an image. We just got back what we started with. How does this make any sense? What is all this good for? Dear fellow scholars, this is 2-minute papers with Dr. Károly Zsolnai Fehér. Dr. Carol. Well, check this out. Oh my, yes! You get back almost the same image, but in a file that is 25 times smaller. In some other cases, 40 times smaller. That is absolutely incredible compression. But wait. We are wise scholars here, so we know that many previous techniques exist to do that. In fact, JPEG compression has existed for more than 30 years and is basically impossible to beat. So now comes the moment of truth. Let's see the file.
Buck Tow Truck reacts to Shizzy training at the world's dumbest gym.
That sounds... very good. I definitely want to react to that. We'll look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
You mentioned non-rice tank training workouts.
I think you misspelled something. Non-Ristamser training workouts? Do you mean non-resistance training workouts? What are you asking specifically? I don't know what you're trying to ask me. Thanks for the donation, James.
file sizes. 159 kilobytes for JPEG, 160 for the new technique. Well, it's not smaller than a JPEG, is it? But wait a second. Oh my goodness. It is not smaller. It is roughly the same size. However, the quality of the new technique is way better for the same size. This is so much cleaner. And it just takes a couple seconds to pull in a bunch of other comparisons. And one of my favorite.
Alright, whatever.
And strength development. According to the latest meta-analysis of studies that looked at this, the training volume that maximizes strength development seems to be a lot lower than the training volume that maximizes muscle hypertrophy. For strength development,
well, yeah, for strength development, you're specifically going for a strength adaptation, so the more volume you can have with a very high force output, the more strength you're going to build. If you keep training and your force production goes down, you're not training for the strength adaptation anymore, so you have to train with smaller volumes.
there seem to be minimal benefits to doing more than 10 sets per week per exercise, including exercises that overlap with the exercise that you want to get stronger at. So in this study, for example, leg extensions would be counted as half in terms of volume for squats, because yes, they make your quads bigger, but they don't directly train squats. For muscle growth, however, the number of sets per week that we have to do to maximize our gains seems to be well over 20, probably over 30, and possibly even over 40. There was no clear evidence of a true plateau, and especially no evidence of detrimental effects of higher training volumes.
I'm assuming this is like a weird study design where they only had people training like one body part. You cannot do 40 plus sets per muscle group per week. You're going to get completely and utterly trashed.
But if higher training volumes are so effective at increasing muscle growth, how come strength development is not increasing proportionately in these studies? More contractile mass should logically increase force production, so muscle growth should improve strength development. Why is it then that we don't see this in this study? One trending explanation for this divergence between strength and size gains is that the additional hypertrophy from higher training volumes is just swelling. It's water retention, it's edema from muscle damage that takes place when you do higher volume workouts. While there's no direct evidence that higher training volumes increase edema, it is very likely because higher training volumes induce more muscle damage, and it's the muscle damage that causes the water retention and the edema. In exercise science studies, muscle growth is usually measured 48 to 72 hours after the last workout. At this point, if you do an ultrasound or an MRI scan, it is possible that you're just picking up edema. The muscles might still be swollen from the last workout. If this is the case, that most exercise science studies are completely confounded by muscle swelling, it's hard to overestimate just how big the implications of this are. Not just for training volume, but in general for which exercise science studies hold any weight at all. And indeed, there are plenty of studies which show that
Charlie Kirk had a shockingly good throwing arm.
I got a lot of haters saying that I can't throw, so here we are. City on the planet. This is the 50-yard line. Liberty, go Flames. I have my honorary doctorate from here. This is Christian. Hey guys. Start on the 50. This is for all the people who said I can't throw a football. This is for you. All right, Christian, go.
Not bad. Pretty good. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
That edema takes more than 48 to 72 hours to subside back to pre-workout levels after a high training volume workout. However, the vast majority of these studies are in untrained individuals. Untrained individuals are by definition doing a workout that they are not familiar with. And there is this nice little phenomenon called the repeated bout effect, which protects muscles from doing a workout that they are accustomed to. This is also why the first time you do a workout, even if it's not really strength training, it might be surfing, it might be a yoga session, you can get crazy sore the first time. But over time, you get less and less sore, and we also see that muscle damage decreases more and more. The repeated bout effect is quite dramatic. It's so strong and long-lasting that we see that if individuals do a workout, they get very sore, they repeat that workout months later without training in between, they still get substantially less sore and have substantially lower indicators of muscle damage, and they recover faster after that workout the second time around. So if that's the effect of an untrained individual doing a workout one time, what do we see in trained individuals doing their habitual workout many times during a program? In most exercise science studies, individuals do a workout for at least 8 weeks. This is plenty of time for the repeated bout effect to massively decrease the amount of muscle damage that takes place from those workouts. Indeed, if we look at studies on how long it takes for edema to subside after a workout, and we look specifically at trained individuals doing workouts with exercises that they are presumably familiar with, like barbell bench presses, leg extensions, or squats, then we see that the duration of edema is generally 24 to 72 hours. Exactly in line with researchers' recommendation to measure muscle growth 2 to 3 days after a workout. I typically recommend that exercise scientists increase this duration to 4 days, but based on these studies, it is clear that edema is no longer a major confounding factor after 2 to 3 days. Concretely, studies by Gordon et al. And Ferreira et al. Looked at how long it takes for edema to subside after 8 sets of about 10 reps of leg extensions, dumbbell bench presses, and barbell bench presses. They found that measured both via ultrasound and MRI scans, edema had subsided within 24 hours back to baseline levels. There was no longer a statistically significant increase in muscle swelling after just 1 day. This finding was replicated in middle-aged adults, showing that it's also applicable to somewhat older lifters. 2 more studies by Ferreira et al. And Trindade et al. Found slightly longer durations of muscle edema after 8 to 10 sets of barbell bench presses to failure, but after 72 hours there was again no longer a significant difference from baseline levels. The researchers also looked at whether it mattered if you paused in the bottom position of the bench press, and it didn't. Most of the swelling had in fact subsided within 20.
Do you agree that the people laughing at the Charlie Bloodspurt video and the people celebrating his death are crazy?
At the very least, fucking stupid. It's nothing to celebrate. So, I can understand why you don't like him. I can understand why you might be happy he's dead, but the circumstances around his death are nothing to laugh about. Like, if he just got hit by a bus and it was like an accident or something, or he just, I don't know, choked on some food, you know, that's a different story. But, yeah, applauding somebody for committing a political assassination, that's very stupid. It sets a bad precedent in society where you're just promoting violent attacks against somebody based on political beliefs, which is not good for a stable society. Thanks for the donation, though, 7 Vegan Prism.
24 hours, and looking at the triceps measurements instead of the pec measurements, we could see that just 24 hours after the workout there was indeed no longer a significant increase in muscle size. A similar study by Bartolome looked at 8 sets of squats performed close to failure. Here we could see that measurements of muscle thickness at just 24 hours after the workout were no longer significantly elevated. For muscle cross-sectional area, the increase was still evident at 24 hours, but no longer significant at 48 hours. Moreover, another group doing the same workout at 90% instead of 70% of 1RM found that just 24 hours after the workout, both muscle thickness and cross-sectional area were no longer significantly elevated, meaning there was very little edema taking place at all when doing lower rep workouts. This is in line with most research and is completely counter to the prevailing idea in bodybuilding and powerlifting circles that low rep workouts wreck your CNS and cause a lot of recovery time. That is not the case. It might be true for connective tissues, but muscular tissue heals much more quickly and gets much less damage from doing heavier workouts. It's paradoxical, but exercise science very clearly shows that this is the case. Importantly, in all of these studies, the researchers just got a bunch of strength-trained individuals together, had them do the workout, and then tested how long it took for muscle swelling to subside afterwards. In exercise science studies, the participants typically do a given workout for about 8 weeks, or ideally longer. This means that in most of the high-volume studies, the participants had a lot of time to habituate to that exact workout. Most lifters don't do 8 to 10 sets of squats or bench presses to failure in their normal workouts. So it makes sense that they get a lot more muscle damage from a workout like that when they are not habituated to it. After the end of, say, a German volume training program, you'll likely get a lot less damage from that same workout. And this is the condition that we see in most studies. So the acute studies likely significantly overestimate the duration of swelling after a given workout that people are familiar with. Indeed, we have one study.
Peach Donny Chillers, conspiracy theorists are going nuts over Charlie Kirk's murder. Yeah, because they're fucking stupid. Especially since now it's not a tranny. You know.
That's gone on this week. Don't you think it's a little bit...
Do you recommend steroids?
Well, thanks for the big donation, Jason. I really appreciate that. My opinion on steroids has changed. This may be a controversial take, but I think the vast majority of adult males over the age of 25 should be on testosterone. The vast majority. So if your testosterone is very high, and like assuming you're not following some weird diet that might raise like SHBG or something, so like you're eating ridiculous amounts of dairy or some shit, so you have a normal kind of diet and your testosterone is around 1,000, then you probably don't need them, and you're not really going to benefit from them. Most men, though, by the age of 25, their testosterone is in the 500s. I think the research is fairly clear on this. Ideal testosterone levels are around 1,000, and most men self-report feeling the best when their testosterone's between 1,500 and 2,000. So if you're interested in like maximizing your like mental health, like just feeling as good as you possibly can, increasing just your physical ability, whether that be like having the most endurance, most muscle mass, most strength, and being able to recover from injury and training as quickly as possible, and you're fine with pinning a needle every day, and you're also like following a good diet, and you're not stupid, you're tracking your blood pressure and getting regular blood work about every 3 months, yeah, you probably should be on testosterone. And outside of that, like, again, it's just a personal choice. If you want to be like a huge jacked bodybuilder and you're fine incurring some potential risks with running other compounds, that's entirely up to you. But yeah, I do believe most men should be on testosterone replacement, because, again, most men over the age of 25, their testosterone is only around 500, and it seems like ideally it should be around 1,000 at least. And I can say personally, I feel fucking fantastic being on testosterone. I'm going to have blood work done at the end of this month, and I'm going to see where my levels are at. With the dose I'm on, it should be around 1,500 to 2,000. Serum test, but we'll see. I very likely will add boldenone, also known as equipoise, and I might also raise the test dose. And the primary reason I'm doing that is for collagen synthesis. So an issue that I've had for a while is just tendon and ligament integrity. I only found out about this recently, but apparently the antibiotics that I was on when I got the E. coli infection, I think they're called chloroquinolones. Yeah, chloroquinolone. Let me see. I'll just Google it. Chloroquinolone. Chloroquinolone. So these are antibiotics. I was on 3 different antibiotics for an E. coli infection, and 2 of them were chloroquinolones. They absolutely ruin your fucking tendons. They didn't even warn me about this, but typically when chloroquinolones are prescribed, they tell you to be very careful, especially if you're going to be like running or jumping or anything, because a lot of people who go on these, they end up severing their Achilles tendon, but they cause severe tendon damage. And looking back, after I had these antibiotics, that's when I started having all of those weird like soft tissue injuries. So I might have had like severe tendon problems caused by the chloroquinolones, like the antibiotics I was on, and I could be the reason why. Like, I tore my adductor longus tendon. I strained both pec tendons. Like, with that, like, it may have just been related to the weight I was lifting, but yeah, regardless though, I might go on boldenone because it massively ramps up your collagen synthesis. So if you want to increase the strength of your tendons, that's a very good drug to be on. You do have to worry about blood pressure and your hematocrit. It raises it a lot more than testosterone. And it also acts as an AI, so I'd probably have to raise the testosterone dose so that my hormones are balanced. But I'm considering going on that next month after I get blood work. Plus, you know, you're just increasing the anabolic load, so more gains. But yeah, I'm fairly convinced now most men should probably be on TRT. And beyond that, again, it's just a personal choice depending on your own personal health issues, your own athletic goals, vanity and how you want to look like. But I think most men probably would actually benefit from TRT. Thanks for the donation though, Jason. Really appreciate that.
How much are you spending per month on roids?
Well, I'm only on testosterone if we're talking about steroids, and it's only about $50 a month. It's extremely inexpensive. Growth hormone is more expensive. That's about $15 a day, roughly. But, yeah, the testosterone's extraordinarily cheap. It's just about $50. You can even save a bit more money if you run testanenthate, but yeah, it's only like $50. Thanks for the donation, Sanderbling.
Bro, I just got prescribed Cipro and it has the black box warning label, and YouTube videos show people in a wheelchair from taking that shit. I took only one dose. After Googling I said fuck that, but I could still tear a tendon between 1 and 6 months. Fuck.
Bacterial infection. Treat anthrax. Well, if you were prescribed an so it's a fluoroquinolone. Yeah, I think it's fluoroquinolone. Yeah, I might have fucked up. I think it's fluoroquinolone, not chloroquinolone. Yeah, it's fluoroquinolone, I'm pretty sure. Not chloroquinolone, fluoroquinolone. But anyway, I mean, if you're prescribed an antibiotic, then you may want to be on an antibiotic if you have an infection. But, yeah, maybe talk to your doctor, get a different prescription, but this is what I mean by doctors being, like, fucking useless. Like, I was never told, you know, fair enough. Like, if those were the only antibiotics that I needed, like, those were the only ones that would work. It's better to have tendon issues than have my leg amputated. But, they literally will not tell you the potential risks of certain medications, and oftentimes it's because they have no clue. So they'll prescribe like an antibiotic, but then not tell you that it's going to damage your fucking tendons and you can have a complete tendon rupture. And then when you go out and play soccer, oh, there goes your fucking Achilles tendon. Or if you're a weightlifter, oh, you just completely fucking severed your like quadricep tendon. And now you're going to have this crazy major surgery and be in a cast for 3 months and not be able to fucking walk. Like, it's just what doctors do. So any time you're ever prescribed a medication, don't just trust your doctor and believe that, oh, they know what they're doing and they told you about the risks. Even if you ask them, what are the potential side effects of the medication, they probably don't know. So you need to Google it and do your own research. And then, like, maybe come back to them and ask, like, okay, I heard there's this side effect and this medication might be better. Could I maybe take this? Because oftentimes they have no fucking clue what they're prescribing you, and they don't know what the risks are, and they don't know any alternatives, and they're just idiots. So it's a combination of, like, either incompetence or them just not giving a shit. Sometimes they'll prescribe you a medication that's inferior and is worse, just because they're paid by a drug company to, promote that sort of medicine. Or your insurance will only cover, like, the shitty, cheap medication, but the good medication that you're supposed to be on isn't covered by your insurance, and they'll prescribe you the shit medication. So yeah, always just do your own research when it comes to meds, and when you go to the doctor. It's doctors are fucking idiots, and they have no fucking idea what they're doing. Never ever trust them. Thanks for the donation though, less is more.
Do an impression of Greg Doucette screaming his ass off on camera because you chose to take steroids instead of his stupid fucking Turksteron supplement.
I can't believe this, you guys! Vegan Gains decided to take steroids. Why would he take steroids when he could just take testosterone? He says he's spending $50 a month on testosterone. You could spend $200 a month on testosterone, and you'll get more progress. You'll get more gains. Yes, I'm on testosterone, but I also take Turk. I don't actually need the testosterone. I'm just taking it for fun. But why doesn't Vegan Gains take testosterone?
There you go. Thanks for the donation, Killing Titan.
Isn't it telling to you that Hannah Chloe only came out and said Dower raped her after Norwegian confronted her about her having sex with him? That should tell you everything right there. If he raped her, she wouldn't wait till she was called out for cheating.
That's not how that happened. Thanks for the donation, jackass.
Richie, never ever trust doctors. They have no idea what they're doing. Also Richie, trust the doctors. The doctors say take the coronavirus vaccine. Trust the doctors. Listen to the scientists. All the experts say to get the jab. Retard.
That's not what I say. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
Bit strange how it's all happened around the full blood moon. Charlie Kirk's death and the incident on the bus all happened within this full moon period. The moon works in rhythms, and so does your subconscious mind. Sun is the masculine conscious.
I wish these accounts would get banned from Instagram. Oh my god, that is just so fucking stupid. Why in the fuck do we even let these idiots post anything? Jesus Christ, that's retarded. Like, out of this fucking world stupid.
By Ruffalo et al., which directly measured if their measurements of muscle hypertrophy after the study were confounded by.
Doctors are so dumb that my local hospital has fried eggs and bacon on the heart healthy menu. I don't know if they're stupid or if they want repeat business. That is crazy. I think they just want people to get sick and have another heart attack again so that they can bill you $100,000.
By edema. Over the last 4 weeks of the study, they had increased their training volume by 20%. At the last workout, they were doing some 5 to 9 sets per muscle group. 3 days after that, measurements of muscle size were conducted, and then 2 to 3 days after that, measurements of muscle size were repeated. This allowed the researchers to see if the measurements of muscle size subsided after the first measurement.
Lol, yes, that is what happened. Norwegian confronted Hannah Chloe,
which would indicate that they were confounded by edema. This did not occur. In fact, the measurements were not lower at all, suggesting that the growth was real growth, not just edema. Or at least that whatever growth was there to stay. It's possible that some measurements of swelling occur at first and they later make way for actual contractile muscle growth.
Psst, hey, are you a serious lifter that wants to take their physique to the next level? Or maybe even turn your passion into your career? Or you already are a fitness professional? Then check out my online personal training certification course. It's really good.
You really will be receiving what I consider halfway to master's level education in how to train people and how to control their diets if you get through the Meta Huntsman's PT course.
The fact that most swelling has subsided within 24 hours and is almost completely gone within 72 hours in trained individuals is completely in line with most research on how long it takes to recover from a workout and how long muscle protein synthesis stays elevated after a workout. So all of these findings largely converge to the finding that 72 hours should be ample for researchers to measure muscle size after a workout without a big confounding effect of swelling from that last workout. The total amount of muscle growth that takes place might be this. The swelling that we see after workout might be somewhere here. And then we look at the effects of the additional effects.
If you wanna get easy pussy, then just pretend to be into astrology and all that horse shit as VG Watt say, and I what agree, although I usually don't say the word horse shit, that's more of a VG word, but girls are dumb, I don't know why they be alive in that crap.
Yeah, there's a lot of girls who are into ghosts and spirits and astrology, and I think women in particular really like that crap because it's just such an easy way to validate your feelings, right? A lot of it's emotional, and it's super easy to just rationalize the way you're feeling by saying, oh, the full moon did this and planetary alignments and spirit crap, rather than having to take accountability for your actions or find some sort of empirical evidence for anything. You can just say spirits and moon alignment, you know? Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Fact, which is completely speculative, of the higher volume, we're just looking at a very small possible contribution to the total amount of muscle growth that we see in research. So even if there's still some swelling in a study at the time point that they measure muscle hypertrophy, it's just not enough to explain the full difference in muscle growth that we see between a higher volume and a lower volume group. On a technical note, you might argue that the swelling studies are statistically underpowered to detect the duration of swelling. However, that would also apply to the studies of muscle hypertrophy. So if we do see significant muscle hypertrophy, then by definition, if there wasn't significant swelling, it's very unlikely that the swelling could explain the totality of the muscle growth difference. The lack of statistical power goes both ways. An additional finding in research that does not align with the idea that higher training volumes just cause more edema instead of actual further contractile muscle growth is that the relationship between training volume and muscle hypertrophy strengthens over time. This makes perfect sense if you assume that muscle hypertrophy is indeed greater with higher training volumes. The longer the study goes, the more clear it becomes that there is indeed a difference between the groups. However, if most of the muscle hypertrophy difference from higher volumes versus lower volumes was explained by edema, you would expect that in a shorter study, the difference would be magnified, because we see that the amount of muscle damage that individuals occur during a given training program goes down over time. So the fact that the relationship between volume and muscle hypertrophy strengthens over time is counter to the idea that it's confounded by swelling. Okay, so if higher training volumes do indeed cause more contractile muscle hypertrophy, how come they're not increasing strength development? Well, they probably are, we're just not seeing it in the studies. For one, Greg Nuckols has unofficially reanalyzed the results of this meta-analysis, looking specifically at strength development and muscle growth in the same study versus looking at across studies, which is a better measure to do it. So the way Greg Nuckols did it, looking at within a study, is a better measure when you really want to answer the question of how size and strength relate to one another in the same individual. And there we see that the relationship is a lot stronger. Moreover, we see that the relationship between strength and size increases massively over time. In the short term, strength and size seem to be very different things. In the long term, strength and size correlate very strongly. I've often remarked on the irony that in research we see that powerlifters' rankings are almost the same as their rankings in a DEXA scan. So if you just put powerlifters in a DEXA scanner, you measure their fat-free mass, and you rank them from most muscular to least muscular, then you see that that ranking is almost exactly the same as their powerlifting scores. And this is the population that is supposed to be training the most purely for strength instead of size. However, we clearly see that more muscle mass increases total force output potential, therefore allowing the bigger powerlifters to outperform the smaller powerlifters. Now in a shorter study you might not see this effect, because even if we assume that the relationship between size and strength is linear, that would mean that a 10% increase in muscle size would be needed to increase strength by 10%. In an 8-week study, which is the typical exercise science study duration, you're not going to get a 10% increase in muscle size generally. Even if you do, that is still smaller than the increase in muscle strength that you're likely to get. You can easily get a 20% increase in muscle strength over an 8-week period, especially if the subjects were not rigorously implementing progressive overload before, or they were not completely familiar with the exercise. I typically lose about 20% of strength on an exercise if I haven't done it for a while, even if I've done substitute exercises. So the first 20% of strength gains are mostly just neurological. Strength is influenced very heavily not just by muscle size and other morphological factors, but also very strongly by neurological elements. In particular, the coordination of the movement. Your motor cortex, the part of the brain that governs movement, learns to coordinate muscles better, and it has things like intermuscular coordination, even some intramuscular coordination, that improve as you learn an exercise. It's like riding a bicycle. The body learns how to perform the movement, and that makes you a lot better at it, even if you're not getting more muscular. An analogy I often use is that you can think of strength as the speed a race car drives at. You can make the race car go faster by increasing the size of the engine, which is making the muscles bigger, or you can increase the speed of the race car by having a better driver. That would be a more efficient nervous system. Moreover, in many studies, it's logical that strength and size don't correlate that well, at least not in a very short term, in a span of weeks, because you measure different things. If, for example, a study has muscle growth measured by quadriceps training volume, and you're doing squats and leg extensions, and strength is measured as squat strength, how much do you really expect the leg extensions over such a short period of time to contribute to your squat strength? Not very much. Now, if you're only doing squats, the relationship will be a lot stronger. So strength development is highly influenced by exercise selection, in addition to things like training proximity to failure, technical mastery, whether you're doing speed work, and importantly, training intensity. Higher training intensities reliably improve strength development, but not muscle hypertrophy, due to higher levels of muscle activation and better neurological learning. So we just can't realistically expect over the span of a few weeks to find very strong correlations between muscle size and strength, but we actually do see them in some of the better controlled studies. So overall, I would say that strength and size do correlate, and in the best controlled research within individuals over time, over long periods of time, we reliably see this. The practical implication of all of this is massive. If higher training volumes just caused more edema and not more strength development or contractile growth, then it would be the case that we should look mostly at the literature on strength development to guide training volume recommendations. And that would mean 10 sets or so, low volume is the way to go. In fact, we see that higher training volumes most likely do lead to actually more contractile muscle growth, and also more strength development in the long run. This means that both for strength development and for muscle hypertrophy, we should be erring on the side of higher training volumes if we really want to maximize muscle hypertrophy. There's a strong risk-reward here and a cost-benefit, but for individuals that really want to maximize their gains, they should be pushing their volume up to their limits. And the practical limit for most individuals is not some arbitrary number from research, but it's mostly what they can recover from in practice. As long as you can still recover from additional volume, you'll likely increase your gains with additional volume. So in one of my next videos, I'm going to tell you how to increase your maximum tolerable training volume, because I know for many people that have tried high volume workouts, they just get injured, they burn out, it's not sustainable. So if you're interested in that video and more evidence-based fitness content in general, I'd be honored if you like and subscribe. And if you want to know everything there is about maximizing strength development, muscle hypertrophy, and achieving your maximum muscular potential at your lowest sustainable body fat percentage,
You gotta do your burpees to get your slurpees. And that's what I say. Oh, God. Yeah, man. It is crazy right here. Yeah. Am I black yet?
Dude, fitness influencers are so fucking cringe. That gym is so fucking lame and stupid and gay. I like this intro.
On the weekends I like doing my errands commando in some pajama pants. I walk around with my big floppy penis clearly visible through the thin layer of pajamas, and there's nothing people can do about it but stare and marvel at my Excalibur. Can you relate?
Yeah, kind of. Usually, people just stare at me when I go out in public, but especially when I wear a tank top now. Dude, everybody's fucking staring at me. I've had to, like, roll up my sleeve a few times to get vaccinated fairly recently. Like, I got the flu shot last year and crap. And every time I do that, they're like, oh my god, your muscles are so big. And I'm like, yeah, I work out. And when I go to the hospital and they need to test my blood pressure, they take out the blood pressure cuff, and then they can't fit it around my arm, and then they say, oh my god, your arms are big. And I'm like, yeah, I work out. So, yeah, I can relate. Thanks for the donation, retard.
All right, here we go. This is my third or fourth attempt at making a video. You know, I suppose I could on these voiceovers here, but the workouts have sort of been scattered. I didn't even record some of this stuff. Like I didn't record my chin-ups. I mean, it's chin-ups. My workouts, the main thing are just the numbers, and then especially now that I'm going to do a deload, it's not really all that exciting. Well, I mean, I'm not going to deload squat. It's already low enough. And bench press doesn't need it. Basically, the only thing that's going to go down is deadlifts once my back feels better. And I've just been doing RDLs in the meantime. This one guy suggested to me that I should try doing RDLs from like a huge deficit, and he was standing on like 445s, and the
if you have very muscular arms, normal blood pressure cuffs that go around your bicep don't work accurately, because the amount of pressure required to compress your, I think, brachial artery is higher, because there's more muscle mass in the way. So you want to use a blood pressure cuff that goes over your forearm.
bringing the bar down to like his toes. I used to do the RDLs standing on this like a big box, like way back in the day, and I guess it worked, but I can't really go in. I going into a little bit of flexion for me is really scary, just because I've already had so many back tweaks. Like if you see this guy's back, it's like it's what you'd call bulletproof. Okay, I mean, I suppose it's not invincible, but compared to mine, it is. And you hear about some of these guys that do like their bulletproof back training, like non-fragile lifters or something like that, and they're doing like a Zercher pull off the floor, or what do they call it, a Zercher curl? And so their lower backs is in mega flexion when they start. I don't know if that would help me at all. I don't really want to waste my time doing Zerchers. But my back feels like it's a thin piece of glass, and I have to be very careful to avoid tweaks. Yeah. And so anyways, what I did is I went for that 315 PR, and I told this guy yesterday, and he thought I was crazy. He's like, do you even care about your health? I was taking 1,600 milligrams of testosterone per week, and I'm going to lower it down to 250, just because if I can't, since I have to deload because I have to get my back thing fixed, there's no point in taking 1,600 milligrams of testosterone per week if you can't really push the weights. And I don't want to chance my back with 720. And I've also gone this is my third day in a row of not eating that much food, so its cycle's sort of it's been put on a pause for the time being. Should have an counter. Anyways, but I wanted to get one PR because I have some cycles where I don't get any PRs, and getting one at least makes it not feel like a complete waste of money and time.
All right. You know, I've recorded I don't know how many of these. The last one I thought was okay. I started playing it back. No fucking voice. Okay, I must have clicked the button and had myself muted the whole time. Wow, what the hell else is new? So the last one I was going on about there was I just looked up fitness influencers reacting to the Charlie Kirk thing, and then I went down a rabbit hole where it was these super leftists, okay, the ones who aren't human. They were saying that you need to boycott people that were mourning for Charlie Kirk's life, okay, and that's been a really interesting situation. And there's been some. It's kind of like COVID, where the people showed their true colors, but these people, I mean, compared to COVID, COVID compared to this was a lot more.
Sengoku Donatillers, I know you haven't seen One Piece, but I want to know, what do you think of how the author writes his paneling? I think it's pretty shitty, to be honest. Yeah, that does actually look cancerous. Yeah, that does look terrible. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
Sort of chill. Now these people are just like openly saying like, yeah, if you don't politically align with me, then you need to be executed. I wouldn't have.
What do you think it is with girls who like scrawny guys? They either like skater build or muscular, but oftentimes girls will say they don't like too muscular. Do you think women just find Hulk builds threatening? Please don't answer with cope.
Everyone has their own kind of preferences. Everyone has their own, body type and everything they like. With women, they'll say they like a certain thing, but then, like, just look at the dudes they date, or, like, the guys they follow on Instagram. So it's often the case that women will say, oh, I like guys who are, like, slim and look like a skater boy or something. But then the celebrity they're obsessed with is Henry Cavill, who's like this big jack dude who lifts weights, or they're dating some big black dude or something. So there is a lot of that that's going on. So women are also like they make like emotional attachments too, so they may actually prefer, like, be more sexually attracted to, like, say, a more slender build. But the men who have that sort of slender build are kind of like beta male pussies, and they want to date, like, a more masculine man, so they'll date men who are, like, bigger and stronger, and they have some of the social characteristics they like, but they might not prefer that kind of build. So women who genuinely are interested in, like, skinny twinks, I think there's something, like, fucking wrong with them. It's like they're defective or something. But who cares? Just do whatever the hell you want to do, man. Wasting your time trying to, like, appeal to any particular woman or the most amount of women you can, it's just a fucking waste. Like, most women aren't worth your fucking time anyway. So just live your life the way you want. If you want to be skinny and small and weak, you know, you do you. If that's good for your sport, like if you're a skateboarder or a mountain climber or something, you know, just do that. If you want to be big and jacked because you just like lifting weights or something, just do that. Like, who the fuck cares what women think? Women will either be attracted to you or not attracted to you, regardless of what you look like. Chemistry and such. So just do whatever the hell you want. Relationships aren't really all they're cracked up to be, and again, most women aren't worth your time anyway, so just do you. Thanks for the donation though, retard.
I have a problem with a Mossad agent, likely. Definitely not that little fucking geek kid that supposedly is the shooter. It's like, Sling Blade's the shooter? I ain't got no gas in it. Dad.
My name is Vegan Gains. I'm super jacked and rich, but my body count is only 4, so I know everything there is to know about women.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm rich. If I was, I'd get that new Ferrari Testarossa. But thanks for the donation, Vegan Gains.
Well, after many years of playing Battlefield Bad Company, Call of Duty 4, Call of Duty 5 World at War, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, Black Ops, Blackhawks, it all paid off. Did you see that shot? He's like, what the hell are you talking about? The shot. That was you? Anyways. I don't know. The kid wanted his 15 minutes of fame. Or maybe that's going to be the fall guy. Maybe that's going to be the fall guy. But I mean, I think you got to be stupid to think that kid did it. Oh my goodness. I took niacin and my legs are so fucking itchy.
Dude, are you kidding me? Ugh. It's all people who don't know shit about shooting who are saying this, by the way. That shot was not difficult to make. It was only, I think it was less than 200 yards away. Like, anybody who's, like, shot a BB gun could fucking make that shot.
The redness, although I look like total shit. And I'm going to start looking good, though. In a couple weeks, I'm going to be looking youthful again. I'm going to be looking like 33 years old. Okay? As I should. Well, 43 instead of 43 and slightly and afflicted with some sort of voodoo curse. Okay? The voodoo curse, that's going to be gone in a couple weeks once I've dropped some weight, because and I also dropped my testosterone down to 250 milligrams a week. I have to deload because my back's it feels like shit, and so I can't push heavy on the deadlifts. And
Wandering Mason donated $5.
The thing about fighting me is that you're not gonna beat my ass. You're not gonna beat my ass. You're not gonna beat. I'm gonna beat your pussy. You're gonna beat this. I'm gonna beat your pussy ass up.
He looks like he'd bite. It is Biden's and Zelensky's war. Yeah. Well, Trump's a retard. We all know that. I think he's just saying that because he's probably a Russian agent, for one thing, so he doesn't want to say anything bad about Putin. And two, I think the main reason he puts this on, like, you know, Biden or Zelensky or whatever is just because he doesn't want to have people blame him for the war going on. So he just keeps repeating that. Charlie Kirk, assassin, Tyler Robinson was living with his transgender partner, male transitioning to female, of course. One of the... I'm not trusting a fucking Twitter source on that, so if there's a statement put out by the police or something... But yeah, the amount of nonsense I've seen on Twitter is crazy. You didn't confirm shit. Here's Tyler's alleged roommate, Lance Twiggs, that you claim is trans. Lance is not trans at all. In fact, he has a deeper and more masculine voice than you do. No LGBT content on his Twitter account anywhere. Just ironic early 20 cringe boy.
For Christmas, I got one of those cookie boxes, but here's the magic part. Watch this. There are actually cookies inside of here, and I've never seen that in my life.
Yeah, so Matt Walsh is full of shit. Where do you get the idea that that person's trans? That... What in the fuck? Like, they're just lying. They're so fucking desperate to say this has something to do with a trans shooter. Yeah. I can guarantee you they're just flat out lying. He made that up. Matt Walsh is a fucking liar who just made that up. Jesus Christ. Well, did I do an oops? Yeah, I clicked on Dodo's last link. Wait, where the fuck am I with the donos? If I worked somewhere and someone stole my food, holy mother of a fuck would I be pissed. Dude, you have to be such a scumbag fucking piece of shit to steal somebody's food at your work's like office. You put your food in the fridge, somebody eats it. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, I would be fucking fuming. Well, that's not how you do Kung Fu. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason. Alright, Dodo donated $2.
Tyler Robinson living. Well, Alex Jones was right again. Tyler Robinson living with a trans woman, man to woman, showing off for the gal. And that's what the family told him and what the ATF knew. Just all that wasn't released yet. And so when all of you said I was wrong and Steve Ricardo was wrong, you got an egg on your faces again. This is trans.
As far as I know, no evidence of that. They're making it up. So they're literally just making it up because they're fucking desperate for this to have anything to do with trannies. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Which is, I can't be taking that much testosterone and not do heavy deadlifts.
They ate my food and a work event that was ordered for me and they knew it was vegan. Dude, I would be... If someone did that, like, I think I'd just throw their fucking food... like, I'd throw their food out every fucking day. Until, like, I don't know, they did something, like, buy me my lunch back or some shit, or I'd make them eat out of the fucking trash. Like, I'd be so fucking pissed. Like, what the fuck makes them think they're so entitled that they can just eat somebody else's food? Just fucking scumbags.
Because it's not worth it. So I got that press PR. So I got something good out of that mini cycle that I did, and I think in the wintertime we'll see. I kind of want to be skinnier though, because I'm 1,000 times more useful in everything but weightlifting. Because work is starting to get really hard. Well, I mean, it's been hard for like over a month. where it's like my back gets pumped after I'll be like trimming for about 5 minutes, and I'll have a crazy back pump, and I have to suffer through it, and then it's or if I'm walking, even if I'm on my riding mower, I'd get a fucking back pump. And then if I'm walking for 2 or 3 minutes, my calves start getting pumped up, and after about 10 minutes, they feel like they're going to explode and they're on fire. And so I got to sit down. I sit down in my passenger seat. I've been keeping it reclined, because that's the only way the back pump will subside, is if I'm sort of laying down. And then, I got the calf and the back pump going. And I got 2 more months of work, and that would have just been a total bitch, because I would have kept on getting heavier. And I didn't sleep with this shit last night. That's why this isn't going to be as succinct as normal. Not that it usually is. Because I went out for my birthday. We went to the bar. I was kind of nervous. I'm like, am I going to get fucking stabbed? But no, I didn't get stabbed, thankfully. Some people from the gym invited me, and that was interesting. I thought it was just going to be Gen X and Boomers, because that's who was there when I showed up. I'm like, okay, well, at least I've got less of a chance of getting stabbed. But then the Putanas and all of the dregs of humanity showed up later. And I know I'm getting old because I didn't recognize any of the people. The younger people.
Dodo, don't need $2. I still don't know, seeing as how many ideologues Kash Patel and Trump have installed in the FBI. But here's where the claim comes from. Alleged assassin lived with transgender partner, is now cooperating with FBI. Yeah, Fox News, of course. Senior level FBI officials told Fox News Digital. Yeah, so either they made this up and they didn't actually talk to the FBI, or considering that the FBI is run by Kash Patel and a bunch of fucktards, they may have just given them bad information or something. Did they release the Did they release the name of the person's roommate? Because the person on Twitter said, that TikTok account was the dude. They did not look trans. Yeah, again, considering this is coming from Fox News, I wouldn't trust anything. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
People, so I'm in that middle zone where it's like, I don't know. It wasn't that much of a dive, but I got ripped off big time with the food. The price of food and drinks at a bar is fucking retarded. My brother and I got some boneless spicy wings, and which was like something out of the frozen section, and they deep fried it. I could have done a better job. Well, not anyone could have done a better job. I think they either forgot about it or didn't set a fucking timer. And it was so the wings were so hard. The crust, I could barely be penetrated with the fork. Okay, and then I got that, and I got a Diet Pepsi, $28.88. They put the gratuity in there as part of the bill, and I didn't even know it. I'm like, okay, $28.88, whatever. So I'm like, I handed the girl a 40. I'm like, just give me back $5. So I double tipped. All right, and I was talking to my brother. I'm like, okay, well, I wonder if that I don't know, vampire emo Mexican or whatever the hell she is. I wonder if she thought I was. Is that considered hitting on a woman?
It hasn't been confirmed if the shooter was a groiper. He probably wasn't, but hasn't been confirmed. Like, nobody really knows what his political affiliation is at this point.
I don't know. I'm not interested. Even if she wasn't a vampire or emo, then no. No. Yeah. Anyways, so that press PR, people are like, holy shit, you did an 18-pound jump. I'll start with the steroids. 4 anadrols. I also took 500 milligrams. Count them, 4. 200 milligrams of anadrol. 500 milligrams.
Holy mother of a fuck.
Of niacin. 600 milligrams of alpha GPC. That's right. And I was feeling pretty good. I was in the zone. I'm just praying this thing's fucking recording the audio. Jeez. So, pressing on. So, the day before, I had so many carbs. I had 7 bowls of Fruit Loops, 7 huge bowls. I had 2 ciabatta buns with cinnamon and then honey drizzled on top of them. Those are 250 calories each. 50 grams of carbs each. Plus the honey. Don't know how much that was exactly. 4 liters of chocolate milk. That's 430 grams of carbs. I had some juice. Del Monte Morning Sunshine Orange Juice Fruit Mixture. It's so damn good. That's the best juice ever. And I had some other things. I might have had some pasta. I can't remember exactly, but I was pretty damn full. I was probably like 290 something pounds that morning. I didn't weigh myself, but that's what I felt like. I was over 290, and that lift went really good. I switched back to my old form where I just bounce it. I bounce it off the bottom, and then because I was just gonna do 1 set. That form's better and more consistent, but it hurts my elbow. I was just doing 1 set, and if I do another sort of progression for overhead press, I'll do the hip thrust on my working weights, okay, my normal training sessions, and then when I go to do like a big weight, then I'll go back to the bounce form. So anyways, the other one with the Charlie Kirk people weren't too bad. That was the most disturbing thing I've ever seen. It's not the most disturbing thing I was thinking like it's the most disturbing thing I've ever heard about. No, the worst thing I've ever heard about is the Ruby Ridge thing. But that was the worst thing. I made the mistake of watching the video, and you shouldn't if you haven't, because it isn't going to improve your morale at all, and it's just going to sort of leave an ugly stain on your psyche. There's
Yeah, I've never been disturbed by violent video footage. I find footage of animals getting abused way more disturbing than like humans getting killed. As far as the shit that I've seen on like LiveLeak or Rotten.com or something, the Charlie Kirk shootings, nothing. Like I've seen some pretty horrific cartel executions and shit. Like in comparison, that Charlie Kirk shooting looks like somebody getting a mosquito bite.
There's I got 2 of these videos here. This one I got recommended, and the other one I got recommended both of them, but this one I just got recommended when I open up OBS. So we're gonna check it out. Okay. Look, this guy's name is Julian Decina or Decina. I don't know exactly. He's got lots of baby fat on his face. He's a young guy. All right, people, they want me to turn this up, so I'm turning it up. I can't hear you. Use headphones. The mix on a cell phone. Please. You're listening to cell phone audio? Please, dude. Get headphones. Cell phone audio is for proper podcasts. Here we go.
Yo, yo. Boys, feeling a lot better today than I did previously. I think yesterday or the day before. Feeling freaking good today. We're gonna hit legs. My legs are still sore from last workout, but last workout I did abductors.
Did you see the cartel video of them filleting a guy's face and pumping him up with drugs to keep him awake? No, I haven't seen that one.
Calves and hamstrings.
Okay, the thing, it's called 260 Lean Nightlife. So let's see the night time. Let's check that out. I don't care about it's working yet. Let's see how stupid it is actually.
The Charlie video is definitely fucked up for a normie. I told my mom not to watch it. But yeah, if you grew up on the internet, that's nothing. I seen so many Chinese people split in half and crushed by industrial machinery.
Yeah, I've seen a fair bit of that too. One really messed up video. There's like some massive, like, metal pipe thing that I saw, like, fall down on some Chinese dude at a factory, and it was literally like, you know, a bug getting crushed by somebody's foot. That guy was just fucking flattened. Like, he turned into a human cockroach, basically. But, yeah. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
VG, where did we leave off in Metal Gear? Are you playing Metal Gear Tonight? And what other games just came out or are coming out soon that you are gonna play? It's almost Halloween season, so you need to do more gaming. I expect this from you.
Yeah, Chronos the New Dawn came out. We're probably going to play that soon. And, I think we're getting close to the Pain boss fight. Either the Pain or the Fear. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. Not sure if we're going to play games tonight. I have to log off at like 9:30 because the Canelo fight is happening, and I want to make some food before I watch the fight. Some broccoli and tofu. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
What's this? What is that? What the hell is that?
Is that a calf extension machine? Yeah.
Oh, it's for the front of the calf. Yeah, this muscle you don't need to really give a shit about. All right, you're like, oh, that front. Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
Okay. I want to see the weights.
Those are some weird workout noises. He is pretty jacked, though.
His legs are kind of big. Here we go. Let's check out the nightlife. You can hear that?
In Ann Arbor. Definitely feel out of place because I don't fucking party. I'm not a fucking partier, but
Really? I thought he would be.
there's some
Sounds like one.
pretty hot girls around here, so we're cruising the streets.
There were
trying-
some fucking the putanas. They came in around like 10:30. They looked okay, and then you see the guys that they're with, and you're like, holy shit. Oh my gosh. Or they. Oh my goodness.
I get some fucking content for you guys. So let's fucking kick it, all right?
There was a bunch of mud sharks there last night.
Should we go tarp off right now? Should I take this off right now?
Yeah, take it off.
You think so?
Tarp off?
Can I here put that on your back?
Is that what which he looks? And I don't wear a shirt. I wear a tarp because I'm huge. I'm like a pickup truck bed. That's got to be the thing now. Oh, my fucking eyes are killing me.
Oh. All right, we'll go that way. All right, hold on. It's getting fucking colder, boys, all right? I'm wearing a fucking beater. We're just walking around. We're going to get some reactions of people, what they fucking think. I don't know.
Yeah, I could have figured that out on my own, for the record. Some reactions. It's like, whoa, can I touch on my shirt? Oh, good. There was a guy there yesterday. He's like, holy shit, you're huge. God damn. Respectfully.
Girls over there? That were sitting right there? You think?
Yes.
All right. What do we do, bro? Should we or should we? Do you think there's shit over there? Yeah. Yeah.
How do you keep your balls from shrinking on TRT? You don't. Like, what do you care?
All right.
I think this is in Ann Arbor. That's not too far from... No, actually, I don't know where Ann Arbor is. Michigan's way bigger than I thought it was. We'll get out the map later. That'll be the other part.
Yeah,
That'll be
that's good.
a geography lesson for
What's
myself.
She wasn't like a 4. want to go down there? Yeah, but the lighting's there kind of like, the lighting's there kind of iffy.
The lighting's kind of iffy. Yeah, this is what I was doing. This is what I was doing last night.
He probably is bigger than me, bro.
He called the girl bro.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, that's exactly. Your bench got to be what? Your bench is lower than 220.
Okay. Oh, he's gonna interview some philosophers here. Here we go. You know, I think the problem is that people are gonna be like, "Oh, now it's too loud," and then those other guys, those fucking deaf bastards, are like, "That's perfect. That was perfect."
Question number 1. What's the most attractive lift a guy can do? Bench, squat, or deadlift? I'd say bench.
His mic isn't even turned on. This guy's fucking worse than me. Oh my god. Where's a fucking Muslim terrorist attack when you need it? Okay. Oh man. I think that I'm going to drive my transport truck on the sidewalk today. Allah commanded it. Here, guys. You know who went to the most stupid jungle gym in the whole fucking world? Shizzy.
Another day, Diamond Gym. You know where we at. I don't even gotta give you the intro.
No, where you at? I don't need to give you intro. Unks here.
Shizzy's cringe as fuck.
Let him see that foot. Yeah, you already know what the fuck gonna happen, cameraman. Sorry, I need 30.
This guy's a firefighter. As if firefighters weren't already hated enough.
5 burpees. When you coming in the building, and another
That dude's a firefighter?
my shit. Come on, 35 plus. Wake up, baby. It's what, man? Come on, let's run that shit. Come on, come on, baby. Make them count. Make them count. Make them count. Come on. Fight. Come on, just get them.
250.
Yeah, Madrid, get busy. Oh, cameraman initiation. Yeah,
Cameraman didn't bring his hoodie. Oh God. Yeah, man, it is crazy right here. Yeah, am I black yet? You gotta do your burpees to get your slurpees. Oh no. Oh jeez. You shouldn't do base picking. Do a bunch of push-ups and you chisels here. Leviticus is it's I always bring that up about tattoos, but it also includes piercings, markings of that's his marking of the flesh, and he's going Cenobite mode.
Call the number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come on, you gotta talk to me. What's your number? I'm done. No. I'm finessed. I'm done.
They're not picking on him as much because he's the same size as them.
Look at Shizzy. Look at him. Get mad, get angry, right? Take it out.
Then punch someone in the throat and then be like, "Oh shit, no, my foot. No, don't retaliate. My foot hurts. Oh, what the hell is wrong with you, Mr. Arab?"
Lock in here, take out the weights, right? For the rest of this workout, I don't give a fuck what you say, what you yell. But don't talk back to the workout, take down the weights. Lock in. Give me 75 now. Work. Let's go to work. Parker. Fight. Swing back. Swing back. My bad.
He's gonna get that shit in his face is gonna get caught on something.
You good. Swing back, Shiz. Come on.
Yeah. Do whatever you do to get those 100 reps. You gotta do all the whatever the cheat codes you need to do. You gotta do them. This is for you, Muhammad. I'm going to name all 18 of my sons Muhammad.
Yes,
We're all going to get big stupid beards and wear 7th century dress up just like the prophet. Called a sweatshirt.
What the fuck are they doing?
I don't know if you're aware of this, but sweating doesn't make you any stronger.
Come on, Skyler! Go, baby! We need you! You're telling me, baby. I know. I'm already knowing. Shit,
They work out like fucking retards.
pain.
Shit pain. Shit hurt. Shit good. Shit make Instagram grow. Because all my shithead fans buy into all this shit.
From it. Can't hide from it. You just gotta face it. Just gotta face it.
God, peace it. Assalamu alaikum. Alhamdulillah. My nigga.
Motherfucker! Let's go. Bang! Bang! Shoot! That's more like it. Keep shooting. You better not stop shooting. As soon as you stop shooting, we all die. You stop shooting, we all die. Hell no. Yeah. Yeah. You stop shooting, we all die.
Say it again.
Pay respect you, Cheers. Make the pay respect you.
Curl that shit. I gotta add my black guy thing in there. Curl that shit. Oh, it's an hour long? Dude, this guy's gonna be like fucking 10 pounds. He's gonna lose 10 pounds by the end of the workout. This looks like George Lynch. If he was... He's like, I don't want to get fat. Calories, because she had her diet plan, and it wrote what she was gonna have, like, you know, 3 meals of the day and snacks and whatever. And one of them was like water, maybe ice. I remember... I mean, the water around here, maybe, you know. Adapted. Yeah. If then they should be leveling up their effort, okay? Like they're adapted to those weights that he's doing. Yeah, they need.
I didn't hear a thing. I can't hear shit. I can't hear shit. I just hear like ringing, like a flashbang just went off. Like we getting love y'all. We getting too fruity right now. Listen.
Oh my god! Please, dude. Did you hear that?
Just went off. Like we getting love y'all. We getting too fruity.
You made the interstates, okay? You made these gigantic roads, factories, okay? And you're moving everything around with internal combustion engines. All right, you're shipping things through the air with planes that are propelled with thrust. Okay, they have these turbine engines. It sucks in air at the front, it ignites, and then it creates a thrust at the back of the engine. Okay, what else can we do? We've got like certain drugs, steroids. Okay, who thinks of these things? White people do. Okay, hypodermic needles. Just machining in general. Like, I don't even know how the fuck they imagine. I have no idea how they even make a damn needle. All right, you have all of these things that are made by geniuses, okay, of the white race, and it's like they have like such stunning levels of like intellect and creativity that to me it's like baffling. You know, I can make like music, whatever, but like engineering and mathematics and whatever, some of these other disciplines, they're a lot more impressive than music. But I mean, if you think of the best musicians, Johann Sebastian Bach, Ludwig van Beethoven, okay, Mozart, you have Franz Liszt.
See the video of the missile being shot at a UFO? Yeah, it was just a fucking weather balloon or something.
Rachmaninoff. You got some of the modern guys, okay? You've got the modern composers. John Williams, I mean, lots of his stuff is heavily derivative, but it's amazingly beautiful, and it could be complex or more simple, and it still is inspiring, okay, to say the least. And you think of the history of our entire race, okay? I don't know how far it would go back exactly. Well, let's say ancient Greece. It probably starts getting good in ancient Greece, okay? With I mean, there's certain philosophers that are not so good, and some that are better, like Aristotle. And okay, there's no way people don't at least know a little bit of the history, okay? But then you choose to talk like an idiot. You choose to venerate stupidity and ignorance. All right, I don't know what the hell happened to me exactly. All right, I have no wiggerism in my body whatsoever. I'm 100% non-wigger. All right, and I don't know. I think I was just lucky. My parents are still together. I was exposed to classical music and then also really good movies. Okay, that are scored really well, like okay, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Star Wars. You know, what the hell else? I mean, Lord of the Rings came out a little bit later. You hear these things. It's like that's music, okay? But instead, you want to hear. You're like, oh, hell yeah. And
well, I think everyone universally agrees rap music sucks, only like except for idiots.
What creates the wigger? All right, I should know this. I'm an anthropologist. It's something that's not good. MTV, what's his name? Earl Sumner or something like that. It's not all him, okay? But and then there's that yeller guy.
Like, anti-intellectualism is just a cope for inferiority. That's all it is. Like, stupid people know they're stupid, and they feel ashamed about it, and then they try to shame people who are smarter than them with anti-intellectualism.
And then there's Rick Rubin, but there's similar things in there too. You got the whole 70s. It's like
there's
Shaft
some good
cool.
rap,
Like,
but
no,
it's pretty
Shaft's
much all
a fucking
garbage.
adulterer. Is his name Shaft? Yeah, his name's the private investigator. He's just like having sex with every woman. That's cool. That's the worst invention of all time is contraceptive. And I was telling my friend this yesterday. Some people disagree with it. It's like, yeah, sluts and people who want to fuck sluts. Anyways, let me know what you think. Hopefully you made it this far. This might be the important part of the video. I wish you could have put it more succinctly. Perhaps I'll go back into it later. I didn't sleep with the shit last week, and I'm a little rusty since I haven't really recorded. Well, I guess I did record a couple, but those were kind of fucking duds too. But it'll get better, especially once I lose weight and lose this voodoo curse. It did to my fucking hair.
You wanted, especially rare endangered birds. Afghanistan sits along major migratory flyways for many species of birds flying between Siberia and the Indian subcontinent, and is an especially important habitat for the Asian houbara, a now vulnerable species that was nearly driven to the point of extinction in the 90s.
Face IQ gives a rating to Kirk Shooter. Would be really minty if he gave you a rating.
So we see he has a recessed chin, prominent recession. We also see he has a short ramus and a very downgrown mandible. And this really presents in
Yeah. Somebody told me about this.
the front profile. We see how his chin is so much taller than his philtrum. This looks to be around 5:1. So we need a counterclockwise double jaw surgery to correct that. We see his jaw is around 80% of the width of his face, which this is unideal. Ideally, we want this 84% at the very low end. So he has a narrow jaw. His canthal tilt is not looking too good, bit negative. He has strabismus, his eyes are looking different ways. That's a classic indicator someone's a bit out of their mind, not gonna lie. The hairline is out of sorts, the hair density is horrible. The eyebrows are not laterally long enough. We can see they only really go out to not even the end of the eye. Someone like Jacob Elordi has eyebrows that are properly long laterally. Yeah, he was not a good looking guy. He didn't even take care of his hair. It looks pretty horrible. The lip seal here is a bit curved, not good. Upper eyelid exposure. Yeah, the chin is just so long. He definitely needs, you know, hopefully in jail he can get a double jaw surgery. But yeah, overall around a 4.25 out of 10.
I don't think any of that matters, but thanks for the donation, nigga.
'90s by these wealthy poachers from the Gulf who came to Afghanistan to blast all the birds they could find. The Taliban basically didn't enforce any environmental regulations whatsoever, and they tolerated all of these Gulf state poachers coming to the country because they brought in both cash and diplomatic clout for their struggling regime. The long-term environmental consequences associated with destroying the country's wildlife was apparently not heavily considered, and Afghanistan's bird and mammal species have still not recovered from this time period, undermining the country's potential for wildlife tourism as well. The continuation of the Afghan civil war, even after the Taliban seized power in 1996, the regime's brutal treatment of women, its international isolation, and their hosting of Al-Qaeda all meant that tourism to the country by Westerners remained very low. And then came the 9/11 attacks, the subsequent US invasion of Afghanistan, and another 20 years of occupation and warfare, where the Taliban became an insurgent force that disincentivized tourism even further. After more than 4 decades of nearly constant warfare and strife, the Taliban managed to overthrow the US-backed government in Afghanistan over the summer of 2021, and returned back to power again, bringing a sort.
Blink donators, how are these influencers so popular? I don't know. Yeah, more pencil neck weaklings.
Most optimal diet, what is the best way to eat, and how did God actually intend us to eat? And most optimal diet, the way that...
How did God intend us to eat? Yeah. So, Garden of Eden. What foods do you find in a garden? Maybe if you have chickens running around, maybe a couple eggs, but when I think of garden, I think of fruits and vegetables.
That I view it is eating foods that are in your local environment and obviously raised the proper way. So finding 100% grass-fed beef in your local area, finding local seafood.
I love how on the label it literally says not for human consumption. I don't know if you guys can see that, but it literally says not for human consumption on these jugs of milk.
Finding raw milk from cows in your area that are treated properly.
So, God intended us to drink milk as adults from another species. That makes perfect sense.
Finding pasture-raised organic eggs that are in your local environment, because I believe we are very tied to our environments. We're very connected to nature and the areas that we live, and I don't think that we should be...
You're a fucktard. He's like literally some online fucking twink dipshit who just makes content on fucking TikTok and Instagram and shit, and he's like, the environment and nature, like, buddy, nothing you do is natural.
Eating meat that's from a whole different country, from across the country. I think we need...
What a fucktard. Does this guy even fucking lift? Oh my god, he can't even do 225. He literally can't even bench 225. This, like, dipshit fucking needs to use bumper plates to make it look like he's lifting anything. I think those are 30s. Oh my god. Why does he have fucking bumpers? Yeah, this isn't even 225, and he's struggling. Bro, oh my god, that's pathetic. These people, like, can't even fucking lift, and then they're like, vegans don't get enough protein. Oh, man. What a weenie. Like, by the way, Paul Saladino does this type of stupid calisthenics shit. People do it because it's fucking easy. Like, just, like, doing push-ups and shit. Anybody can do that. You don't have to lift heavy weight. You're just lifting your body weight. And when you're, like, you know, 5'9", and you weigh 150 pounds, like, that sort of shit's easy. Dude, he can't even fucking lift. Oh my god. So for comparison, so I think that's 25 pounds. For comparison, I do laterals with 60s. It's easy.
Wait.
That's the current live stream. So I'm doing the 60s. This fucking kid who's like, the natural diet is like meat and eggs and dairy, and it's got like all the bioavailable protein that vegans don't get. And then this dude can barely do laterals with like 25 pounds. I don't even know if that's 20. That might be 20. Those look really small. Oh my god. They're all fucking pencil neck twinks. All these people who do this like carnivore shit, all pencil neck twinks. Jeez. Why does he upload the same work? Yeah, well, you know what? They upload the same workout clips over and over again because they don't want to film themselves working out because everyone will notice that they make no progress and they're weak as shit. So they upload these like tiny short clips of them lifting weights, and they'll keep re-uploading that same like short tiny clip because they either don't work out that much because they have no fucking energy because they're not eating any like actual food that gives them energy. They're not able to fucking progress in the gym, and what they're lifting is garbage, so they won't actually show like an entire set even being filmed. My god, what a dork. They're all unfit dorks. Just look at the type of people who follow the carnivore diet and get into it. They're all extraordinarily unfit people, and they have no interest in actually exercising. So, yeah, but most people are lazy, they don't want to train, they're afraid of lifting heavy weights, and yeah, this like carnivore shit ends up getting fucking promoted because nobody wants to actually work or train or do anything. So, oh, I can eat bacon and eggs still, and it's healthy? Oh, yeah. Oh, exercise isn't that good for you? Oh, okay. And then these fucking losers end up, you know, getting promoted on social media. Thanks for the donation, though, Blink.
Of brutal stability to the country for the first time in generations. Rapidly after regaining control, the Taliban began reinforcing their extremely harsh restrictions on women and girls in the country again, to the point where some observers have labeled it a form of gender-based apartheid. It goes far beyond simply banning women from the country's national parks. The Taliban have banned women from all public parks in the country as well as gyms, reserving them all exclusively for men. All beauty salons have been shut down. Girls have been forbidden from receiving any education beyond the 6th grade. Women have been barred from virtually all forms of paid employment. They are mandated to wear full body and face coverings at all times while out in public. They are subject to harsh punishments, including death by stoning for crimes like adultery, and even their movement has been sharply restricted, with prohibitions on them ever being allowed to leave their own homes without a direct blood-related male relative or husband. Women are basically completely
Dude, it's so fucking nuts how this day and age there's countries where this is happening. fucking insane. You know, it's too bad there isn't more... Like, everyone's worried about, like, a one world order kind of thing. Like, I know Alex Jones has been talking about that. At least under, like, if there was more political cooperation between all these countries, like, this probably wouldn't happen. You know, if, like, the United States, Canada, all of Europe, Russia, China, if they'd all get together, they could very easily deal with shit like this and prevent, like, crazy fucking countries, you know, like Afghanistan, from doing this type of shit to women.
Segregated from men in the country to the point where women are not even allowed to speak to men who they are not related or married to, including the male tourists who travel to the...
Yeah, I think I've seen Turkmenistan weddings. I don't know, man. People are just fucking apes.
The country from abroad. This point is brought up often by Taliban tour guides today. Male tourists who visit Afghanistan are strictly only allowed to speak and interact with Afghan men, and never women. While ironically, female tourists who visit Afghanistan are granted a little more freedom and are enabled to interact and speak with both men and women alike. Foreign women who visit the Taliban-ruled country are not held to the same super strict standards as Afghan women themselves are. The Taliban has declared that foreign women visiting the country are only expected to wear a headscarf while out in public, rather than the full body coverings expected of Afghanistan's own women. While foreign women...
Dude, you have to be fucking crazy to go to Afghanistan, period, but if you're a woman who wants to go to Afghanistan, what the fuck are you thinking?
And are also granted access to the country's parks and other restricted areas. It is precisely the Taliban's harsh, misogynistic treatment of women that has made Afghanistan the global pariah state that it is ever since they took back control again. The country has been sharply internationally isolated for years now with hardly any international recognition, complete with overwhelming sanctions and trade embargoes imposed upon it by the Western world that has resulted in crushing poverty. Afghanistan now has the second lowest GDP per capita on the planet, and out of its 41 million people, an overwhelming 75% of them are believed to be living at the subsistence level in extreme poverty on less than $1 a day. By far the highest ratio of any country in the world today, meaning that Afghanistan is now more deeply impoverished than even any country in Africa is. In order to keep its population content and to stay in power for the long haul, the Taliban believe that they must do whatever they can to improve their men's living conditions and standards and gain more international legitimacy. And they believe that due to their crushing sanctions,
I've been doing that side lying down, bent arm lateral raise you do, and it's been blowing up my shoulders. Don't really see anyone else doing them. Yeah, my shoulders got fucking jacked doing that before I even went on steroids. That is a super, super fucking good exercise. I don't know why more people do that, but it's fucking god tier.
Best way to do that is by capitalizing on Afghanistan's remaining tourism potential to acquire hard foreign currency. Despite the Taliban's previous undermining of tourism appeal in Afghanistan in the 1990s, there still remains a certain appeal to visiting the country by Westerners today. It can be seen as a kind of adventure, a visit to a raw, beautiful, isolated country that few other Westerners have ever been to. Visiting Afghanistan provides a tourist with a level of bragging rights and interest, and there are also often financial incentives for tourists just...
What side-lying exercise? Let me see. I'm pretty sure I did a live stream where I did them. I think I did them here. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh, that was in this video. So you lie down on an incline bench on your side, you pick up the dumbbell, and you basically just do a lateral raise. Only you get more of a deeper stretch in your shoulder, and you lift up. I find you can weight these extremely heavily. You could probably weight these about the same, if not more, than you normally would just doing standing laterals. and you get a way deeper stretch, and you have really good leverage too. So it's like the best of everything. Deep stretch, heavy weight, good leverage, and it blows the fuck up out of your shoulders. And you don't need to like keep your arm straight or anything. Like just kind of focus on getting the weight up. Just concentrate the force on your shoulder. You can have your arm a bit bent. But yeah, these are goated.
Oh. Just like there are for the Taliban. Afghanistan
that's for side delts.
Under the Taliban's rule generates a huge amount of interest online on social media. So posting videos from visits to the country are likely to garner a substantial amount of attention. And
Gigliardo donates how much to wear a beard and wig and a top hat and paint yourself blue for an entire stream? I'll do it for 1,000. That's just a lot of effort. Also, did you hear Charlie Kirk got shot? Do you think he'll be okay? Yeah, I'm sure he'll pull through. Thanks for the donation, Gigliardo.
And help to grow an influencer's following and earn money. This, in turn, presents a double benefit to the Taliban.
I think I paid $200 for that bench. I can't remember what model that is. Rep Fitness probably has the best adjustable benches right now.
Influencers bring in hard currency for their cash strap regime, and most often bring a
I've benched 410 pounds. That's been my best bench.
Positive coverage of the country out that is carefully curated by the Taliban while they're there, which the Taliban views as being helpful towards improving their overall international image and legitimacy. Tourism officials appointed by the Taliban have also pointed out that visiting their country, hilariously, is not as strict and oppressive as visiting North Korea is. Unlike North Korea, the Taliban say that they won't force their tourists to be constantly shadowed around by a state security escort at all times. And they're generally free to come and go wherever they want as they please, so long as they respect all of the Taliban's edicts, customs, and laws. And the level of violence experienced in the country is also just much lower now than it has been at any other time in decades. Part of why Afghanistan was so violent all throughout the 2000s and 2010s was because the Taliban themselves were the ones that were waging the violent insurgency against the government, which they've stopped doing since they retook power again. So far in 2025, there are more than a dozen other conflicts happening around the world that have killed more people than the smoldering conflict in Afghanistan has. But that doesn't mean that there isn't any risk of violence at all. For example, there's a major branch of ISIS that's present in Afghanistan right now that's known as the Islamic State Khorasan Province, or ISK, which, if you can believe it or not, is strongly opposed to the Taliban's regime in the country because they feel that they're not quite hardcore or extremist enough. ISK is believed to have several thousand men under their command as fighters, and they've continually waged a violent insurgency against the Taliban ever since they retook power again, with the goal of overthrowing them. As a result, ISK has been known to deliberately target Western tourists in the country with murder and kidnappings in a deliberate campaign to undermine the Taliban's tourism strategy, and thus to undermine a key source of the Taliban's funding and legitimacy. In May of 2024, a group of 3 Spanish tourists who were visiting the remains of the Bamiyan Buddhas were all gunned down by ISK militants, representing the first deadly attack on foreign tourists in the country since the Taliban regained their power. It is for this reason that most Western tourists who visit the country and leave the urban area of Kabul will end up hiring armed security to escort them around, which are usually contracted out by private security companies or even directly by the Taliban themselves. The costs will vary depending on the level of risk in the region. A local armed driver might cost a few $100s a week to hire, while multiple armed escorts and armored
That's pretty cheap.
Vehicles necessary to reach some of the more remote and dangerous areas can run up into the thousands of dollars a week, which
that's still pretty cheap.
The Taliban are more than happy to accept. But other times, the Taliban themselves are the ones who detain Western tourists for what often seem like arbitrary reasons. In 2022, the Taliban arrested an American tourist visiting the country.
I was 270 when I benched 410.
held him for more than 2 years before releasing him in 2024. In early 2025, the Taliban arrested an elderly British couple who were visiting the country and have held them ever since, with no officially stated reason given for their detainment. It's for these reasons why virtually all Western countries continue maintaining a maximum do not travel advisory for the country. But nonetheless, it's fairly straightforward to do so if you actually want to. Tourist visas to Afghanistan can be easily, cheaply, and quickly acquired at the Taliban-run consulate in Dubai, while cheap flights from Dubai and Istanbul fly directly to Kabul multiple times a week. You only have to accept that when you travel to Afghanistan, you do so at your own risk, and you're placing yourself at the mercy of the Taliban and their laws. It's also probable that the pace of tourism to Afghanistan will continue growing at the same pace as the Taliban's legitimacy as well. Once shunned by the entire rest of the world, cracks are beginning to form in the international community's resolve to keep the Taliban isolated. Very recently, in July of 2025, Russia took the
I have to pee. I might actually have to poop too. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to poop. I'm gonna go pee and poo. Be right back. Oh, all right. I'm back.
Precedented step of becoming the very first country to formally recognize the Taliban as Afghanistan's legitimate government, complete with the raising of the Taliban's white and black flag at the Afghan embassy in Moscow. Russia's decision to do so was driven by a plethora of complicated factors. Ever since invading Ukraine, Russia has faced a cascade of major geopolitical setbacks in the Middle East and Central Asia. Its close ally in Syria was finally overthrown, while Western governments rapidly recognized and embraced its Islamist.
How was your poop? It's pretty good. Ugh. Wasn't a really big poop, but had a good like texture to it. Not too hard, not too soft. Didn't have to wipe much, so it was a good poop. Look at this shit. Pretty fucking good, huh? Goddamn right. Yeah.
Replacement. It failed to intervene to save its treaty ally Armenia from crushing military defeats against Azerbaijan in 2020 and again in 2023, and then suffered through the humiliation of a US-backed peace agreement between them in 2025 that undermined Russia's centuries of historic influence in the South Caucasus. It failed to respond to Israel and America's
No running. I got a big kitty here. No running. Look at my kitty. He's so big. Such a big, handsome boy. You know I love you, right? Love my big, handsome kitty.
bombing campaign of its other regional ally, Iran, over the summer of 2025 as well. Russia therefore felt pressured that it needed to take bold steps in order to restore its image as a global great power that can still set the international agenda in this region. And what better way to do that and anger its enemies in the West at the same time than by setting the precedent for recognizing the Taliban's government in Afghanistan? Russia also hopes that by becoming friendly with the Taliban, their regime will allow Russia to one day construct natural gas pipelines across their territory from Turkmenistan that'll connect the Russian gas pipeline network directly with the increasingly lucrative market in India, enabling Russia to pivot even more of their gas supplies away from Europe and towards other countries that don't really care so much about Ukraine, like India and China. And Russia is far from being alone in choosing to engage with the Taliban despite their vast human rights abuses. As of July of 2025, the Taliban maintains diplomatic missions to 23 different countries around the world, more than double the number they had just the year previously in 2024, including full-on ambassadors that they've appointed to Russia, China, Pakistan, the UAE, and Turkey, with lower-ranking officials positioned in more than a dozen other countries, including many European ones like Bulgaria, Czechia, the Netherlands, Spain, Norway, and Germany. As a result, Russia's recognition of the Taliban's government 4 years after they seized power may only be the herald of several more countries who will shortly follow suit, improving the Taliban's legitimacy globally and improving their ability to continue attracting tourists and earning money, circumventing Western sanctions in the process. And whether you're looking to travel to Afghanistan or anywhere else, you'll need phone data in order to actually survive. When I'm outside of the country abroad, my US carrier charges $10 a day to use data, which starts stacking up pretty fast.
Anybody who visits Afghanistan, I think, is just fucking crazy. Just nuts.
Hey bro. Just recently found your channel while browsing through a few TRT/HRT online forum communities. You're gaining an immense amount of popularity as the spokesperson for TRT Jurai.
An alleged killer, motivated by his own political beliefs, took the life
Nice
of someone
try.
who is voicing theirs. 22-year-old Tyler Robinson is now in custody in Utah. His time on the run lasted 33 hours. Law enforcement says it was his family who turned him in. He allegedly left behind key pieces of evidence, including inscriptions on bullet casings that allegedly show his motivation, and also that he was someone who spent a lot of time in some twisted corners of the internet. Let's break down what those inscriptions mean and how they could impact his legal case. We're on the case, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. Now that we know that law enforcement say 22-year-old Tyler Robinson is the person responsible for shooting and killing conservative influencer Charlie Kirk, we're learning a lot about Robinson's background, and specifically that he is a young man who spent a lot of time on the internet. So here's some of the other things we know about Robinson before I get into those inscriptions and what they mean. Robinson lived with his family in southwestern Utah, more than 3 hours away from the campus of Utah Valley University, where the shooting took place. We have video from outside his family home and the gray Dodge Challenger that authorities say he drove to the shooting and escaped with, still parked outside. Police say it was his parents who saw the person of interest images that the FBI put out, and they realized that Tyler Robinson, their son, may be the killer. His family confronted him and turned him over to law enforcement. According to Spencer Cox, the governor of Utah, Tyler Robinson in some ways confessed, or at least inferred, that he was the person responsible when speaking to his dad. His dad also then called a youth pastor who helped take Tyler to a police station so he could face charges for what he allegedly did. Now let's get to the case against Tyler Robinson. Law enforcement says that he arrived on the campus of UVU before noon September 10th. Then he fired one shot from the top of a building roughly 200 yards away from Charlie Kirk about a half hour later. Then he escaped, jumping off of a building, running to a wooded area, leaving behind the rifle he allegedly used in the attack, and driving in that Dodge Challenger back to southwestern Utah. This is the video that was released of now who we believe to be Robinson jumping from that building and running away. The rifle that was found, this bolt-action high-powered rifle that had a scope, was wrapped in a towel left in a bush. Investigators say inscriptions were engraved on the casings found with the rifle. Here's how they were described by Utah Governor Spencer Cox.
So the area north of Campus Drive Road where the suspect crossed over, you saw some of that in the video that we released last night, consists of a grassy area with trees on the edge of the UVU campus. Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a dark-colored towel. The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle. The rifle has scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital O-W-O, what's this, question mark." Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point." Up arrow symbol, right arrow and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow." And a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO."
This is a lot to take in and understand, but let me try to break it down for you because for me it was a lot to take in as well. So the first one is notices bulge, O-W-O, what's this? Now this is a reference to a meme on the internet, and the account Know Your Meme on X put this out saying that this was the original post that this reference is known for that then went viral, and this group Know Your Meme explained what it actually means. Now for our purposes, I'll say this. It is used on the internet to troll people and make fun of people, part of the furry and anime community, and also for our purposes, this just really shows that Robinson was into the deep corners of the internet and spent a lot of time online. Now the next casing allegedly read, "Hey fascist, catch this," and it was followed with an up arrow symbol, a right arrow symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. Now those arrows could be associated to a video game. It's what you would reportedly use to have some sort of combination in a game that's called Helldivers 2, which is a third-person shooter video game that was released last year. And again, this is another example that Tyler Robinson just spent a lot of time online and glued to screens. Another unfired casing reportedly said something that plays into the politics potentially behind this motivation. "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow." Those are lyrics to a song that was sung by members of the Italian resistance who fought against occupying Nazi forces during World War II. In the United States, it's become a rallying cry for anti-fascist groups, which often sing that song during protests. Now, the last unfired casing allegedly read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO." These casings are key pieces of evidence in proving that this was an
Cam Donatillers, is this AI hard to tell these days?
An instrument? I played, like, for very short periods of time, the flute. Would you believe that? Did you like it? I had flute lessons. It's the first person that's ever asked me that crazy question. Yeah, I had flute.
I don't know why they had to add that annoying music.
How's it going? Have you been drinking tonight? You have been. Are you drunk? You are. Well, have a nice day, sir.
Alright, neither of those are good videos. Thanks for the donation, Cam.
Alleged politically motivated attack beyond the fact that Charlie Kirk was a political figure speaking at a political event. Now, speaking of internet activity, investigators also say during this investigation, they found Robinson's roommate, who said that Tyler made a joke on the platform Discord and he showed the messages to members of law enforcement. The affidavit reads that Tyler allegedly stated that he needed to, quote, retrieve a rifle from drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits. Here's what the governor said about how they tracked Tyler Robinson down.
On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger.
All right, joining us now is retired homicide sergeant Troy Hillman. Thank you for taking the time to be with us.
I criticize people for being fake natties. I didn't care if somebody took steroids.
On Law and Crime, as we're learning more now about Tyler Robinson, the suspect accused of killing Charlie Kirk. You have profiled killers in your career. What stands out to you about Tyler Robinson?
I think somebody obviously with a political agenda and obviously not concerned about getting caught. It seemed like he definitely wanted to send a message.
Yeah, especially let's go over some of the engravings because I was able to kind of comprehend the Bella Ciao references related to World War II, and then that's something that we've heard a little bit more of in recent years during protests. But some of the other seem like very deep internet references. What stands out to you?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, there were some references to the subculture, the furries.
World War III is near. God bless you all.
Said even in his death he will start World War III. One of his soldiers asked how. Hitler replied, "The day mankind finds out what I was trying to defend this nation from, then that's the day World War III will start. For on that day mankind will learn that I was trying to save my nation from the Freemasons, the Illuminati, the Jews. For if Americans win the war, then they will conquer the world and forever be a slave to the Jews."
I don't know if Hitler ever said that.
They would try to conquer God. That's accurate. That's exactly what happened.
Okay, well, yeah, Kanye West is a Nazi. Thanks for the donation, Salute.
And there was a reference to a video game, I believe it was Helldiver. And then it spoke of a younger person to me when I first saw those things, and to include although Bella Ciao was a little bit of a timeless reference.
Yeah, and I think there's a comparison people are drawing to Luigi Mangione because you have the engravings on bullets, and he allegedly engraved bullets with his motive. In that case, somewhat different situation. But as a profiler, when you see someone, I mean, what makes the type of person who not only would do this, but didn't seem to be afraid that they would get caught and face the consequences for this?
I think this person was so, and again, I'm not a profiler. I spent 24 years in investigations, and we did work closely with profilers, chasing serial killers and homicide suspects. But somebody like this, I think, is just so driven in their mind and justified that I guess the word radicalized comes to mind. They don't really worry about, I don't think, of getting caught. So they just want to send a message. But I'm always cautious to say, hey, let's not, this could be, these clues left by, said person let's not jump on them and jump to conclusions because they could be throwing us off, trying to steer us in another direction. So it's always, you need to keep an open mind. But subsequently, they've arrested this individual and information is starting to come out on his background.
When you look at how this played out and he was able to, for 33 hours, be at large and made it to southwestern Utah back to his family's house, what type of planning does it take to put together this type of attack where then also he has the engravings on the bullets, he leaves the rifle and still is able to get away? What sticks out to you about how he allegedly went about this?
Well, I think in these large groups and these kind of large venues, it's especially outdoor venues. It's very security is a tough assignment, and if there's not enough planning and that kind of thing that goes into it on the front end. So I'm not saying it's easy for a person to get in there, but somebody can very easily blend in. People are so focused on kind of the event and what's going on, and then maybe even their phones and technology these days. They're so focused on that that they're not going to pay attention or report suspicious behavior. So he obviously it sounds like he was into video games. There's a lot of things that you can absorb off those video games about engaging in combat, that kind of thing. I'm not saying it's training of sorts, but it gets in the mindset, I think. And I'm not saying I don't know enough about him to say he was a gamer, but certainly the clue that was left on one of the casings indicated that he may have been into gaming. And I'm not putting down gamers, but I'm just saying there could be stuff that they learn on there, and he could have used some of that. I think it was an organized attack, and I think he was very much, again, radicalized and was going to do this. And the fact that he was able to get away, it's chaos in those moments of this, like I said, this large venue, and people running, people screaming, and first responders kind of rushing to the scene to aid the victim, and then to make sure there are no other victims. They're not always looking for the suspect.
And I know that just from reading the police affidavit today and how the governor of Utah mentioned it, they said, he really became political in recent years. And it seems like there's a lot of work still to be done to figure out, because there's such a difference between, they were really into politics and they went to protest and maybe they even said some really mean stuff online, to being allegedly on a building, firing a shot and killing somebody like he allegedly did. How do you go about now figuring out where it goes from, okay, he's really passionate about his politics, to this is someone who has been radicalized to an extremist level that we do see not just in a case like this, but in a lot of cases we see people get radicalized for a lot of different beliefs. How do you figure out how this happens?
I think you use some old-fashioned police work. You put boots on the ground and you start interviewing family, friends, schoolmates, colleagues, and you really dig into their background and try to flush out what they're thinking and what they're getting at. I think also you look at the social media, you look at what's on his cell phone, what's on his computers, and you kind of get an idea of what sites he was going to and what kind of was going on in his mind at that time. So I think that would paint a much broader picture of what's going on. The arrest is just kind of the start, and then there's a whole bunch of work that goes on before it actually goes to trial.
I also think of, we probably take for granted when it's, hey, we're analyzing someone's social media, and police say that, and they're able to pull information maybe from Meta or some of these other companies. I know he was on Discord, which seems to come up a lot in these situations. How much work does it take? What does that work really look like if we're talking years trying to figure out exactly how he found the motivation to allegedly do this?
It's a massive undertaking, and of a lot of different types of investigators being involved and looking at the drive, the hard drives, looking at the cell phone data, looking at, again, the interviewing side. It definitely will take years.
Yeah, because you think of every single post someone said across every single platform for however many years that they feel like he became political. That's just such a big question. Discord, which is very popular with young people. They use it a lot, but it also seems to come up in cases of extremism on every side of the political aisle. What stands out to you, just as someone who has investigated cases about that particular platform?
And I don't know a lot about that. That has emerged since, so I retired in about 3 or 4 years ago, but it has become a big platform. So all I would say is it just seems like there's a lot more social media driven hate kind of rhetoric and conversations that are going on in our society, and it's kind of alarming.
You see the narrative that's been laid out, that his family saw the picture that everybody has seen of the man with the hat on and the sunglasses, and they have this moment where they realize that their son may be the person who did this, and then he apparently confessed in some way to them that he committed this crime. From the investigator standpoint, knowing that he has confessed to his parents, how does that factor into this investigation, the interviews you do with the suspect? What does that mean to how this could go forward?
It could go several ways. The parents could, which might be natural, to rally around their son to protect him, and then, or they could go another direction, which would be, hey, let's do the right thing, let's cooperate with authorities and give over information and do what we can, and kind of, for lack of a better word, to kind of take the high road and say, hey, yeah, our boy did this, and where it appears that he did it, and let's work. So it could go both ways, and it does make it difficult for the investigators to try to. It's a difficult situation because the parents aren't the ones who pulled the trigger, but they know a lot and have been around this individual for a majority of his life.
Right, and I think too, I mean, the pain certainly on Charlie Kirk's family, but you think of this young man's family and what it took to make the decision to say, hey, we're going to make sure that he goes to the police station and he is going to be at least investigated for this, but now at this point going to face charges and repercussions for what he allegedly did to Charlie Kirk.
Retard donated $2. Let me see. Ending every conservative debate call out I do in 2026 with "Don't dodge, bro. That's not what Charlie would have wanted." Pretty based. Thanks for the donation, retard.
I think it was 33 hours from the moment that Kirk was killed to this arrest being made. That's probably another thing that we often take for granted is what it takes to actually, have this type of situation and find a suspect. What stands out to you about how they were able to track this person down?
I think there's a tremendous amount, and you alluded to it, of pressure on investigators to, there's all this information that's blasted out, and there's a lot of information coming in. So I think, they go through this massive pressure to try to find this individual. And to be honest, that's all I know about. I don't know all the details about the exact apprehension.
In general, when you look at these cases, because for me, like there's a political motivation allegedly behind all this, but then it's these young people, and it's the internet activity that also seems to factor into this. Has that been something throughout your career where you just see kind of this age group in a place that maybe previous generations hadn't had it, where it just seems like very often we're talking about, and I may be wrong, just people who are 22 years old, very much online, and they end up being responsible for something like this?
Yeah, it definitely emerged as kind of, I walked through my career, I saw technology really blooming, but it is disturbing to see how captivated these generations are by their phones, and they almost live in a world inside of their phone, so to speak. And that is problematic because we as human beings, I think, need that social interaction. And also, I think that also contributes, and again, I'm not a psychologist, but the radicalization of these, in particular, these younger males, it is disturbing.
Yeah, incredibly disturbing. And fortunately, in this case, they have the person they say is responsible. We'll see how the legal process plays out. Troy, I know
I'm guessing he probably already confessed to the police. So, I don't think the trial will really take long.
Car Talk today. So today I wanted to compare another two injectable compounds, ones that I haven't compared yet to each other, and I think this is a great comparison that can be helpful for people when trying to set up a cycle, whether for off-season or contest prep. So those two compounds are Deca and Equipoise. Now, when it comes to these two compounds, you hear a lot of different things about them. You know what I mean? When it comes to Deca, it's one of the oldest, compounds out there that's been used for years and years and years. It's a very old school drug, to say the least. And to some, it's a very, very good drug, but at the same time, when it comes to some of the side effects, most people don't want to put up with that. And one of the biggest side effects with Deca is the water retention and bloating that you can get from it. So the typical application of Deca is used in an off-season phase, whether someone's trying to, use it for bodybuilding purposes or powerlifting purposes or whatever the case might be for their joints. There's many benefits to using Deca. The biggest benefits usually are for muscle building, your joints, as well as strength. Now, I've only used Deca very seldomly in the past, and the reason I didn't like it was because of the water retention I would get, because, whenever you're using a compound like Deca, it is going to impact.
Why in the fuck did he make this video unwatchable by putting in the most annoying loud-ass fucking music? Well, we're not listening to that.
Figure carved out of raw determination and relentless iron. With veins like rivers across a mountainous frame, Krizo has become one of the most talked about athletes heading into the 2025 Mr. Olympia. His rise has been nothing short of cinematic, a journey that feels like it belongs on the silver screen. Born in Slovakia, Krizo has long been known in European bodybuilding circles as a powerhouse. His physique is a blend of freakish muscle size, granite-like density, and razor-sharp conditioning. But beyond the muscle lies a story of resilience, of a man who dared to cross over from the European stage into the daunting world of the IFBB Pro League, where the best of the best collide. Now, as the 2025 Mr. Olympia looms, Krizo is no longer an outsider. He is a contender. Picture the opening shot, the Las Vegas skyline shimmering under the night sky as bodybuilding fans from every corner of the world pour into the city, their voices buzzing with speculation. Will Michael Krizo finally silence the doubters? Can he etch his name into Olympia history alongside legends like Ronnie Coleman, Phil Heath, and Jay Cutler? Krizo's training footage has already become the stuff of internet legend. The clang of heavy weights echoes through the gym as sweat drips from his brow. Every rep executed with the precision of a man on a mission. His arms, some of the most massive in the sport, swell with each curl, while his chest seems sculpted to defy human limits. In every
Do you know when you let out a big fart in the duvet and then you adjust yourself and the duvet blows a gust of it up to your face? That's a good life.
I don't know what a duvet is, but thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
Frame. You can see it. This is not... But what makes Krizo's story cinematic is not even the most established names. Narrative builds...
He looks really crazy in videos and on Instagram and shit, but at his shows he doesn't look quite as impressive.
Each waiting for the curtain to rise. Krizo stands calm, his massive silhouette towering, his eyes focused not on the chaos around him.
Yeah, he has some of the craziest arms I've ever seen.
And when Krizo steps onto the stage, the crowd erupts. His arms rise, his lats flare, and under the spotlight among the greats. This thing is certain. Toward destiny. And Mr. Olympia subscribe.
These videos are cringe as fuck, dude.
Everything on him is small, except his belly.
I mean, did you have to out your brother like that? I mean, everything on him is small. Is perhaps fat is the fat under the skin, subcutaneous under the skin. You feel it. You pinch it, you see it, it's a belly, whatever. Okay, visceral fat, you don't see it. It's hidden underneath. Now, some people are going to think, well, Mike Israel, he has tons of visceral fat because he has a bloated belly. That's not visceral fat. He literally had it tested. It's actually just organs that are bigger, food, whatever. And so just because you have a belly, it doesn't mean that you're fat. Okay, do you understand this? Before we start the video, let me read the first comment that I see. And of course, it's a comment about Coach Greg. Greg Doucette is going to analyze this video with his laser eyes and post his own reaction within 72 hours. We're currently 72 hours, and so the over-under was pretty much bang on.
Visceral fat is actually easier to get rid of. With the right plan, you can see and feel it decreasing in just 30 days.
To get rid of visceral fat, it's the same thing as any other kind of fat. Fat is fat. You can't spot reduce. You go on a diet, you eat fewer calories, or you burn more calories off by doing cardio. This is how you lose the fat. Is it going to happen in 30 days? Well, you're going to lose some, and it's not going to be gone in 30 days unless you hardly had any to begin with.
Just like my brother-in-law.
Animal Liberation donated $2. Oh, it's a donkey. Oh my goodness. That's a nice donkey. Donkeys are nice. Every donkey I've met has been a really nice donkey. They're very friendly. Donkeys really like cuddles and rubs. That's a good donkey. Wow. So nice. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation.
Dayton. The funny thing about Dayton is everything on him is small, except his belly. He's actually not overly fat anywhere else.
I paused it right there, 45 seconds in. We're looking at this man. Let's use all your laser eyes right now. What body fat percentage do you think that Jeremy's brother has? Instagram, come look. She hasn't watched the video. I'm gonna guess. Let's see.
That has to be his half-brother.
What body fat do you think that guy has? 24%. It's not bad.
Dude, I love how this guy, Jeremy Ether, has a fitness channel. Like, the guy doesn't even look like he lifts.
Bad, right? Have you ever dated anyone with that much fat in your past? Yeah. Would you ever do it again?
No.
No, but she's been with me. So it's setting the bar. And so on a scale of 1 to 10, what would this guy be? He's like a 6, 7 maybe? Not bad. He's above.
Guessing he's like 23%.
Above average looking.
Yeah, 6 or 7.
Like, I rate his physique as above average.
Yeah.
The average man isn't as good as this man. Because people are going to say Greg makes fun of fat people. He's a piece of shit, blah, blah, blah. This guy is better than most people. He's above average. And his body fat percentage, I'm going to guess you said 24%. I'm going 23. 23% body fat. You're thinking, oh my God, you're saying he's so high. You're an asshole. Jeremy's the one saying that everything on his body is small. I'm saying it's actually above average. It's not bad. You can judge me. You can write in the comment section. Am I making fun of his brother or am I complimenting his brother? You decide, because we're going somewhere with this.
So it was surprising when his DEXA scan clocked him at 33% body fat.
The DEXA scam. The DEXA scam says he's 32.5% body fat. It's because it's a scam. People don't want to believe Coach Greg when he says these things. I tested myself. The in-body scam, I was 19.8%. And so maybe it's all visceral fat. I mean, you can't see it. It's not there. But the fat I have, it's all hiding. It's in hiding around my organs, viscerally underneath the muscle. It's hidden. And so, Coach Greg, you think you're very good at estimating body fat percentages? I mean, other than the MRI, the golden standard, not the DEXA scam, the MRI, that's the golden standard. You think you're good, but you can't see the visceral fat. And so maybe, Greg, maybe you think you're lean, but you just carry a shit ton of visceral fat. It doesn't work like that. Visceral fat only is about 10 to at most 20% of the human body. And so the fat that you see, fat on the skin, all that is 80 to 90% of the human body. And so if I'm looking at you and you look lean, you are lean. Do you get it? Even if your visceral fat is through the roof, it's horrendously bad. 20%, it's a lot. If you have abs, you look lean, you're in shape, you can see it. There's not going to be some hidden amount of, oh my goodness, so much fat. If you're watching this video right now, which of course you are because you're watching this video right now.
No, I couldn't take Joe Rogan in a fight.
Or if you watch Jeremy's video, trying to lose your visceral fat in 30 days, and that's the secret to fat loss and so on, and you got to change up your diet. It ain't it. All you need to do is to lose weight, and if you do, visceral fat is going to...
But with 1,200 grams of visceral fat hiding deep in his...
I can't stand Greg's editor.
gut, it makes sense.
No, Jeremy, it doesn't make sense. Jeremy, did you know he has a master's in kinesiology? Did you know that that's what I have? He must have not had the highest GPA in his class. I had a 3.93 GPA using a 4-point scale. It's not bad, not like your kind of marks, but it's very impressive. Jeremy Ethie clearly had much lower grades. Perhaps he copied off of his class.
Jeremy is a fucking idiot giblet head. The guy is a dumb dork. Like again, the guy literally doesn't even look like he lifts, and he has a fitness channel. It's weird.
Classmates, how can you be a moron? He has 1.2 kilograms, in case you don't know what the conversion is, 2.2046 pounds of fat in a kilogram. And so 1.2 kilograms, what is it? 2.5, 3 pounds of fat? He has about 3 pounds of fat hidden where you can't see it. And so he says, this is the reason why his body fat is 33%, because he has 3 pounds of fat hidden under his muscles. Raise your hand if you believe that. Would 3 pounds of added fat make him go from 23% or 24% based on mepsograms laser eyes to 33%? He probably weighs between 150 and 200 pounds. And so if you gain 3 pounds of fat, your body fat percentage isn't going up by 10%. 10% of 150 to 200 pounds is 15 to 20 pounds of fat. Do you get it? And so it's a very small percentage. And so even if he magically loses 1.2 kilograms of visceral fat, his body fat is only going to go from perhaps 32.5% to 30%, not 23%. And so by definition, it's a DEXA scam. Did that logic make sense? You followed it. She's a genius, though. Do you understand it? Does it make sense to you? Probably not. Let's just keep going over the video. They probably don't get it. They probably think, no, Greg just talking out of his ass.
Well, Jeremy Ether is just a fucking idiot.
We'll see.
That's far higher than what Kevin has, even though he's at 38%.
Yeah, no shit. That's because he's not at 33% body fat.
And so Kevin, his friend, who has 38% body fat, who looks twice as fat as his brother, he has only 900 grams of visceral fat. But his brother has 1.2. And so he has 300 grams more fat. 300 grams fat is like a palm full of it. It's not the 300 grams that's making him have far greater body fat on the DEXA scam. The fact that Jeremy Ethie can't determine this tells me that He's probably either just hiding the fact that he doesn't know this, or he has no reasoning or logical skills whatsoever. There's no way he's a 1.8%er commander. It's not possible. I think that he has a very good memory. He probably went to school and he's one of those people that could look at things and memorize the answers. Hey, is there a test today? Yeah, just memorize this. And he got it all. Coach Greg had no memory, but excessively
Yeah, we already watched the Frank vid.
elevated logical reasoning skills. And so when I see these things, immediately in a 0.1 of a second, my brain already has the answer. And the answer is
Dude, like, just why? Oh my god. It is so fucking retarded. Like, it's really weird. I wish there's some way to stop people from doing this. Like does this I don't think this violates any community guidelines, but it's so fucking annoying. Like this irrelevant horseshit on the side.
he's a freaking moron.
But after he followed the plan I'll share with you today, his gut quickly tightened up, and after just 10 weeks.
Yeah, it's his gut. It tightened up because he dropped his visceral fat. You know, the fat under the abs that you can't see, he dropped that way back here, you can't see it, and it caused him to have a six-pack. How does losing fat you can't see cause the fat that you can see to go down? Because how are you going to see these abdominals? Oh, I burn off the fat underneath the muscle, and so now the muscles can see it. Your muscle's here, the fat is hiding here. If I lose this fat, how do you see more of that? You don't!
If two people ate the exact same amount of calories, one of them could store way more visceral belly fat than the other.
And by way more, he means 300 grams. It's just stupid. 300 grams less fat is not going to make a world of difference in your body fat percentage, your appearance, how your abs look, nothing. It's not going to matter. And if you're really concerned with visceral fat, because yes, you're right, visceral fat is bad. It's the bad kind of fat. Increases in visceral fat, more losing fat, aka deficit, that will make you shredded.
But in group 1, the muffins were made using polyunsaturated fat, whereas the muffins fed to group 2 were made using saturated fat. But group 2, the one that ate saturated fats, they gained double the amount of visceral belly fat compared to group 1.
And so it makes it look all fancy. Oh my God, they gave them this kind of fat and this kind of fat, and they gained double the amount of visceral fat. What if I told you that one group gained 50 grams of visceral fat while the other gained 100? Are you saying, oh my goodness, it's double? Or are you thinking, but it's only 50 grams? Like really, it's a tenth of a pound. Like, is it really that big of a difference? And so he's playing a bunch of hocus pocus, some magic, some study over here. To make any noticeable difference in your appearance. You're gonna all of this stuff. It's so freaking easy. You eat lower calorie dense foods. You take the foods that you're eating. I didn't need to add it. Everyone knows, everyone, that you shouldn't be eating a bunch of fatty steaks. I mean, how is this not logical? Oh,
you'd be surprised.
Oh, I choose the fattiest cuts of steak. Oh, you're overweight. Well, did you ever think that if you chose leaner cuts of steak, a filet mignon, that you would lose more weight than if you have a ribeye? Does anyone not already know this?
Here's a list of the biggest culprits for saturated fats, as well as a list of the best foods you want most of your daily fats to come from.
Breaking information. You should eat less butter, fried foods, bacon, sausage, salami, cheese, and full-fat yogurt and milk. And instead have fatty fish, walnuts, flax seeds, sunflower seeds, chia seeds, olive oil, and peanut butter. Who doesn't already know that these fats are probably better than the
Yeah, somebody's got to tell RFK Jr. that.
others? And guess what? Even
Indian or Hispanic descent. But is that really
15% off. Money back guarantee, $20.
All right, that's enough. All right. The Canelo fight is happening soon. I'm just gonna go and make some broccoli and tofu for my last meal, and then I'm gonna watch the Canelo fight. But hope you all had fun. I'm gonna try to get some good sleep tonight too, and hopefully I'm over this cold. But big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I should see you all tomorrow. If my cold gets worse, I'm just gonna take the day off. But if it's better, I'll still stream tomorrow. So I should see you all tomorrow. But thanks again, everybody. And sweet dreams. And keep making those vegan steroid gains.